let's chance up this VOD thing again. I don't know, for some reason on it's not showing it up on YouTube. Okay, now it is showing up on YouTube. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to delete the first one then. Well, if you're watching on YouTube, uh, yeah, something happened with OBS, regardless. Okay, actually, I'm not sure if I should keep even multi-streaming to YouTube. We'll see. But first, let's, okay, we'll go with this. And we're gonna do, we need to do, um, Susanna. But my Susanna is a bit scuffed. Where is she? Because it's Gracio, Rebirth, and Susanna. Help me find her. Am I blind? Well, yeah, looks like I'm. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm blind. My bad. My bad. There's no bleed off, is there? No. Wait, is there? This one's just physical shield breaking, physical support, heal support. Does it do bleed? Upgrade, chance, AoE, ultimate AoE, just physical. Okay, no, it doesn't buff bleeding. Okay, right, so what do we do with Susana? Okay, I have her weapon. Did I pre-arm it already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have pre-armed it already. Okay, but do I want to max it? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Because I have a feeling that they'll probably release a new Bleed Valkyrie at some point. But I'm using Suzanne Overtime for top because I don't have any other bleeding pieces, nor do I have Aladdin. Melee damage increase. Let me think. I could use. Wait. Is that what I do? Wait. Maybe if we farm Avogadro. If we farm Avogadro, then we might be good. Where is it? How do I get to the thing again? Mirage, Foundry. I mean, there's no point in making those. Where's Avogadro? Avogadro's here. 18. Oh, wait, I've got 8k. I think that's fine then. What does Smith do? Shortens active and increases TDM. But help gains attack speed and weapon accuracy 40% more physical damage. And team restores 15 SP after weapon active. Okay, we don't. Okay, we wait. 300. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we farm mid and we make bots. There's an argument to have made Holmes instead, since Holmes is direct bleeding damage. Maybe. That is a fair argument to have made for that. MA. Let's see. Do I have Susanna here? Yes, I do, but I need to search out the mini Gracie for big Gracio. Put her there. She's on support duty? Or is she on physical? DPS, okay, she's on support. Okay, and now we need to change these for Avogadro. Where's the other one? Avogadro's constant. Where is she? Where is the piece? Am I blind? No, not there. Oh, here it is. What does Ho's initiative SP increased by 13 battle? Okay, I don't think this matters. But reducing the what's it called again? Wait, 23. How many do I even have? Oh, 105, sure. Very nice QO that they added. Okay. And upgrade, enhance, quick enhance. Yes. 15% attack speed and 65% more physical damage. Okay, that's really nice. Do I fix this? Is the question. Mech. Oh, that's. The thing is, I'm not even sure what I change this to. Because what are the options? If I do one single roll, keyboard focus. That's the issue. I'm not sure what I would even change this to. Because Avogadro is like very universal in a way. In a way. Yeah, okay, I think we just do this. Activate physical buff. And yeah. Wait. That's Grace, you have us things. Yes, she's using Kazan mid. Yeah. Right. Well then, let's see. How we do with this? How this goes? Because it's been a while since I've done this boss. Comma. Okay, because I'm pretty sure this is already in a bad rotation. Um, by the way, tell me if the volume's too loud, so I can lower it. Because I think it might be too loud. Okay, hold. Okay, that might be too loud. Okay, just do one more. Okay, and we go into rebuff. And we want to 1, 2, 3, this one. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we go into this. Might not have been the best rotation, to be honest. And another one. Into Gracie again. Okay, rebuff, and this rotation should kill, I think. Into Geralt. Boom! Nice. Not sure how long that took. How long that fight was, but I think it was probably okay-ish. Okay, let's see. 129. Okay, I think that's fine. 24%. Okay, I think it was loud, so let me turn it down a smidge. 1 second. And there. Okay, Alien Guard. What are people using for Alien Guard? Let's see, 946, because that's an insecure. Flamesion, Pardo, and Thalama. Wait, what? Flamesion, Pardo, and Thalama. Okay, this one's using Thalama. Flamesion, Pardo, Thalama. No, Vicissitude. Flamesion, Pardo, Thalama. Okay, flames and powder thalamus seems to be the constant one. Why? I mean, I can try it. Flames and powder thalama. Interesting comp, interesting comp. Oh, where is she? Ba 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 ba. Flamesion. I mean, I should probably just use the freaking quick select. Flamesion, Pardo, Thalama. Pardo and Thalama. Where is she? Thalama, 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 Thalama. Yeah. Why this team? It'd be DPS Thalama, I assume? Pardo. I mean, I technically have. Wait, what outfit did I get? Ah, the mate. I mean, I can technically use this, but yeah, that would technically buff Thelema, and then Flamesion is apparently and apparently for Flamesion it's using what's it called again? Turgenev. So what Turgenev bought and Midam bought with what are they using for bot mid-piece? I'm gonna assume mid-piece is just the standard I mean after team gets 10% fight now, but maybe it's just this? Wait, why is my Porto with mid of this? I should have don't I have full Porto sets? Do I actually not have full Porto? Hold up. Huh. I thought I did. Okay, we can just make you with this one then. Um, confirm team, I guess. I'm not sure what the rotation for this would be, so best of luck. What's the rotation for this? Summon this. Okay, doing this. Alt. Okay. Into our alt, I'm assuming. That? Okay, 9-second clear. Okay, I'm assuming something like that. Interesting. Oh, and you probably used the... Okay, I see. Use Avogadro and Powder so you can have more SP at the start, so that you could actually blow it up. Ah, okay, so you didn't have to farm much for her ult. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, I see. Probably, yeah, got a decent score for this. Has someone beaten me yet? Not yet, not yet. We'll see. Okay, guess we'll start though. Can we use this as a barometer for the sound? Okay, it seems fine, the sound. Okay. How long? Okay, wait, 20 minutes into the stream. Okay, wait, where do we have to go? Down, draw. Vector known. Okay, origin. Where do we need to go? Do we need to go to the anchor? No, we need to go to Langqiu. Where in Langqiu? Okay, we need to go over there. So we will teleport. No, that's not the story. That's a mission. Um, where do we start it from? Am I stupid? Tap to view the 100 streets. Okay, no, apparently it's this way. Okay then. Because when I walk there before we start the mission, I guess we do a quick recap for anyone who wasn't here for the uh chapter. Okay, so let's see. I guess I'll recap Act 1. Oh god, actually Act 1 is long. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll do a quick Act 1 recap since we're on Act 2. Um, I mean, yeah, okay. Let's see. In Act 1, it started after we beat Thalama. I mean, not that Thalama, sorry. After we beat Lantern to a standstill with, because Senadina overused her astral ring to, um, I guess to simulate the path of destruction, which is what allowed her to fight uh, Lantern to a standstill. During that fight, after that happened, Baiji showed up at the end and everyone fell asleep. And we saw that the whatever was chained to Baiji got released because all of the chains got removed. And that's how act one, the previous chapter finished. And then when we started the chapter, we start the chapter as Song Chue, but before that, we've shown a flashback from the 100 years before, for when the Seven Shoes managed to separate Oxia and Long Chu, and the Seven Shoes are talking about what they did, and Ajita, the Shoe of Gadgets, her, asks Baiji if he's gonna regret a decision that he made. He's asking about his decision, whether he regrets it or not. This question comes up a few times, but then we head back to Song Chue, who wakes up in Amber Street after the after the lantern incident. She wakes up walking around Amber Street, and it sounds like the residents of Amber Street are excited that all the seven shoes have shown up to deal with the current shadow calamity. And Sangche talks to some NPCs, the restaurant owner, some children to find out about the situation. And then she goes to a shop in which she finds Serapium and Donigyu. Serapium is basically playing with Donigyu, and he's enjoying it, but when Sangche shows up, he gets, embarrassed and tries to act like he didn't enjoy it all, as yeah, he just tries to feign his happiness or his enjoyment of it. And then they talk about what's happening, and we get informed that Thalamo was looking for Song Chue and that she's at a retail store. And so we leave and go to the retail store and talk to Thelema, who tells us that she's preparing a new outfit for Song Chue, and she gets some measurements. And then there's some small in between talk between Thelema, Serapium, Donaghu, and Song Chue. And then after that conversation finishes, Song Chue continues to walk through Amber Street, and as she's walking through, where Bai Ji shows up off screen. Well, he shows up hidden away, and while looking at Song Chue, and makes a statement that to save everyone and to deal with the shadow calamity, Song Chue needs to die for some reason, but we don't know why or anything. And we from then we change point of view to the Dream Seeker, who Entropy, Senadina, Helia, and Coralie, because they've been sent back to Oxia without knowing why or what happened at the end. And so we're basically told that everything's gonna be solved, that you don't need to, your presence isn't necessary any longer. But there's this feeling that this feels odd. It feels too weird. Something's happening. Something, we're not being told something, and so we make the agreement to go back to Langchu to find out what's happening because we don't know what Songchu's situation is. Since the last time we saw her, she passed out. So we decide to go back, and so we head to the Ank of Apocalypse. Is there an image of the Ank of Apocalypse here? Well, this. There's another one of these anchors in Oxia, so we head there. Since Senadina uses that to send us to Langzhou. But when she touches it, she sees that for some reason she can't activate it. So it seems like something's interfering. And Corley suggests to give it a whack like you would do with an old TV to get it to work as a joke. Or was it a serious recommendation? But she recommends that, and surely that doesn't work, right? But apparently, Senadina gives it whack, and it does work. However, we're not sent to Langcha immediately. Instead, we're sent to the Sea of Data for some reason. But it looks like, which tells us that someone's preventing us from heading straight to Langcha for some reason. Since as soon as we arrive at the Sea of Data, there are some shadows waiting for us. So after we beat them and head in through and uh, progress through the Sea of Data, we see a after image or a phantom of Baiji talking about what they did 100 years ago to separate Oxy and Baiji, talking to someone. But then again, the question whether he regrets it or not, a decision he made, is brought up again. And after we get see that phantom, we move on and we arrive back at Langshu in Amber Street. And as we walk around while we look for the sanctuary to find out what happened, we end up finding her, and she tells us that with the Seven Shoes reunited, they're going to perform a ritual which will drive away and eliminate all of the shadows once and for all. But by doing this ritual, Langchu and Oxia are going to be separated once again. So, which means that they're going to have to say goodbye forever, since they're going to be separate, so they won't be able to meet up again. So they're telling, so as Zhangju tells them that she'll, since it will be the last time they spend time together, she's gonna give us around, she's gonna give us a tour around Amber Street to show us the 10 joys of Amber Street. So we're gonna go into sightseeing basically. So while this happens, we go to some stores, we get some food, and we get on some entertainment. And one of the entertainment she presents us is basically kind of like fortune telling, where the shopkeeper has different cards, some blue, purple, gold, and the black cards. And the more cards you flip that are not black, you gain more points, so you keep on winning. And if you flip the black card that's shown here, you lose. So basically, everyone, Corley, Helia, Sanadina, and Entropy flip cards, and then we tell that, oh, Songche should flip a card, and the card she flips is the black card, this one, which is, omnious. Like, Songche of all people who seems to have some, from what we've seen, she has luck on her side to an extent. Or but for some reason she draws the black card, which is like super, quite eerie. And then Perception comes along and talks to us and asks us about what we're doing. And then Perception chooses a card to flip, and the card she chose is the gold card, which is interesting. It like okay, you flip the gold card while Songshue flipped the black card. It's like okay, it gives you like it puts a thought in your feeling of something that something may be up, and then after this small game, Songshue takes us to a bridge where we can look down at people and people can look up at us. And Songshue likes it because it feels that she's on the stage and like all these spotlights on her, which yeah, which she enjoys. And when we look at and Coralie notices that for some reason Lantern and Donaghu are like in our vicinity, but they're not coming to us. So it looks like she's um not. Well, it looks like she's keeping an eye on us, but we're not sure why. And then we move, and then from that we look at Lantern's point of view, and by looks of it, Lantern's still investigating why why did the shadows for some reason all of a sudden start behaving so abnormally? Why? What's causing the current situation? So the first thing she does is look for Donaghu, since Donaghu is one of the 10 faces of mystery. So he's gonna know. He should be aware of what's happening. So Lantern visits him, looks for him, and while she's looking for him, she finds out that Donaghu is at where Ajita's body is, at her hiding spot. So she goes there to find Donaghu, and when she finds him, they talking of they Donaghu and Lantern start talking. Donaghu thinks that maybe he can, since perception's no longer constraining him, that maybe he can fight again off Lantern and gain his freedom. But some shadows show up, and Lantern quickly does quick work of them, and then Donaghu, that thought of fighting Lantern quickly diminishes, and then they start talking and look at and Lantern investigates Ajita's bodies and sees that there's no abnormalities with this. But the the abnormality isn't with Ajita's body, but the abnormality is that for some reason shadows keep coming to the area where Ajita's body is, which we don't know why. And so we have Lantern comes up with the idea that either they're protecting her body or someone's trying to prevent others from coming to her body. So she proposes has a thought that the traitor, that there's a traitor and that it's perception, and assumes that rather than who's inside perception is, instead of it being a fragment of Achita, since she split up her mind into different gadgets, instead it's actually Achita herself that's in perception. So so that's the reason why she's surveilling us, because she's trying to get to perception. So then we go back to our point of view with Sung Chue, and Sung Chue tells us a story about a girl in an orphanage who was very I guess not shunned, but she felt alone, and she felt alone in the orphanage since she saw that in the orphanage the world was like a dog eat dog world where every kid looked out for themselves, and they didn't like her, and that she didn't fit there. So in the story, she describes of how she felt there, and that she always wanted to leave the orphanage. But one day in the orphanage, they were gonna have a play, and everyone's role was random. They picked it out of a box, and when this girl picked out her role from the box, she got the Villainous, the Princess Villainous role, which nobody wanted because it was it's a non-popular role. Who wants to be the villainess in the story? People always want to be the hero or the princess. But Sangsha, like, she was happy that she got the role because it meant that this would be her time in the spotlight. She would have a very major role, and she'll be like a main character. So she was excited to wear the extravagant princess dress she would be wearing, and so we moved to the time of when the play was going to happen. And as the play is happening, the story unfolds, and when it's going to become her turn to go into the spotlight, as soon as before she even steps up, well, no, as soon as she steps up to play her part, the lights immediately turn off. There's a power cut. But she tells us that it's not uncommon for there to be a power cut because the neighborhood of where the orphanage was very. It was a common thing for this to happen. But for her, but for the orphan girl, she didn't see it like that. She felt as if it was fate telling her that she was never going to be in the spotlight, that she doesn't belong there. That's why during the blackout, she runs away from the orphanage, and Sangshue tells us that the young orphan girl led on to the path of becoming a con artist. And we know that, you know, this orphan girl that she's talking about is herself. So we learn about her past. But she tells us that she's happy now, that as a Shu and as the friends that she's made with us and other people, she's fulfilled with her life. And that's why, since this is going to be the last time we're going to be together, she wants to give us a gift. And the gift she gives us is a princess crown. I guess a princess tiara, to be more accurate. And she wanted to give it to us as a parting gift to remember her by. And we don't accept it because it's a too precious memory for her. But she insists that we take it, and so we do. And throughout this whole tour around over Amber Street, Senadina has been acting differently. Because you know how Senadina is always happy-go-lucky, yay. But for some reason, she's been falling asleep at random points and very low energy. So after the story, um, Sangchue takes us to a bakery, and I guess the important part of this bakery, or what's special about this bakery, is that this the same bakery also exists in Oxia, and that's because before Oxia and Langzhou were separate, these bakeries were basically sister stores. So there was one branch in Oxia and one branch in Langzhou, but after they got separated, they could no longer, communicate with each other. So the significance of this was that even though it's the same food, it tastes completely different because of the way it's evolved differently over the past 100 years. But after eating this food, we see that Senna, there's like some cracks growing on her body for some reason. It looks like she's been affected by something. And Coralie uh, looks at it and sees that it looks very similar to Honkai infection, but and Senadina passes out, but we don't know why. So immediately after this happens, um, we Sangche recommends to find her master Baiji, since he is very well versed in medical and in treatments and treating people. So we ask Perception to take us to Baiji, which she does, and says that since it's an emergency, you will give us the payment later, as she's done before. So we go see Baiji, but when we arrive there, we hear that he's talking to someone. And we see he was talking to Thelema. And the conversation ends, and we go to Baiji. But what was interesting about the Thelema and Baiji conversation was that Thelema didn't sound like herself. She sounded completely different. She sounded very innocent. And then when we see that for some reason Thelema has joined Unity. For some reason, Thelema has joined Unity, and we see um, that she joined Unity, and that she joins it to experience different pleasures. The Since Unity is a conglomeration of multiple different people staying together, so she's able to experience multiple different pleasures. Since there's many people there, and so Thelema and Seraphim are having a talk about being a shoe, about how the ultimate end of a shoe is the uh, highest form of what the shoe title is. For example, for pleasure, it would be ecstasy. For sacrifice, would be how Litos died, of how nobody remembered him, no one can remember him, but they know that something happened, that they were saved by someone, and we have this conversation, and she also mentions how every shoe, the title that they got is the complete opposite of what they were before they got it. And she also mentions how even though Litos is the issue of sacrifice, before he became that, he was only surrounded by slaughter and so on. But Serapian argues that that can't be true because even before she became the shoe of unity, she was already surrounded by many different people under the banner to be with each other, to unite. So there's like this talk about it, and while they're talking, they hear footsteps, and those footsteps belong to Lantern, who shows up at the library where both Thelema and Serapium are, and from then on, Thelema notices that there's something wrong with Lantern, and these it blacks out, and all we hear are two gunshots. So we assume that for some reason Lantern kills um, Thelema and Serapium, and before this happens, Lantern wonders if it's because she's been overusing her astral rings that this has caused Lantern to behave differently. No one's aware that this is happening, so we move back to Baiji and the gang, and Baiji seems to be healing. Uh, Baiji seems to be healing Sanadina, and in the meantime, Helia, and uh, Entropy are talking about what it could be. And Corley says that it looks like Honkai infection, and that a possible treatment for it is if she shares a factor that she has to help suppress it. But Abaji tells us that she has been treated. Baiji tells us that she's been treated, and as we go to where they are, we see there's a copy of Senadina, since we see a lifeless like clone of her, and also the Senadina we know, and ask, and we ask what's happening, whether they actually managed to make a genetic clone of her. But no, Baiji tells us that he used his power of falsehood to create a clone of her will intake that will take in the uh, stress from Senna over using her astral rings, which Baiji tells us is why she's like that. So we're told that the clone will continuously take the damage for her, but we then see that Baiji is coughing even more, and we realize that it's not the clone that the clone is taking the damage in behalf of Senadina, but in reality it's Baiji who's taking the damage. But he tells her that Baiji tells us that it's nothing, that is just a minor step of it. So Baiji tells us that the ritual is going to start soon. He tells Sangchue that she needs to go get ready for it, and she asks, and so Baiji tells us that we need to leave now. But Sangchue asks if they could stay just until before the ritual starts, since the ritual is going to begin at where the anchor of apocalypse is. So it's not too inconvenient for them to leave. So we end from there and we follow Song Choi to the Anchor of Apocalypse, to where the ritual is going to happen, and we talk with her. We talk, and whether she asks the main theme about this is that she asks us what do we think of her, what does each person think of her, and she tells us that she thinks of all of us as friends because of the time we spent together, and so she's happy that she's met us. And we also, in turn, tell her what we think of her, that she's a coward, but she's a kind person, that she's someone who can trust us. That, in those lines. And so she tells us to turn around because she needs to get changed for the ritual. And is it here? No. Okay. Okay, no, there's no picture of the what she gets changed into, but she gets changed into a different outfit for the ritual, and so she tells us since now that the ritual is gonna start, that we have to leave. That she tries to put on the front that we have to leave, that everything's gonna be fine. So we end up leaving because we don't really have another option. But as we're leaving, the gang says that she's a bad liar, that we can see that something's not gonna happen, but we can't really do anything about it. So as we're leaving, so we leave via the Anchor of Apocalypse, and before we leave, we see that someone's walking towards Zhongshu. We can assume it's Baiji since it's gonna start. But when we leave via the Anchor of Apocalypse, instead of being sent straight to Langchui, straight to Oxia, we sent to the Sea of Data, and for some reason, there are even more shadows around. So after we beat all the shadows, for some reason, Perception shows up. And Perception tells us that Baiji killed the other shoes. That he killed Serapium, Thalama, and Lantern. That he caused their deaths. And he's trying to and she Perception tells us that Baiji's killing all the shoes one by one because the ritual that's meant to get rid of all the shadows is fake. That's not gonna happen. That there's no way to stop the shadows. That instead Baiji wants to take all the powers of the shoes to himself and tells us that Baiji is gonna kill Song Shui. Alright, he also kills uh Donigyu. You see, that dog. That he kills them all to take in their power. And so we asked Perception to take us to take us back and request that she saves Song Shui. Perception once again says that she agrees to it, and since an emergency, the payment will happen after on. And so we go back to where the ritual is gonna happen, and we see Song Chue is on the floor kneeling, and Baiji is standing behind her, and we see that the ritual is happening, and we immediately tell them to stop, that and tell Song Chue that Baiji is planning to kill her. But what we learn is that Song Chue knew all along that she was gonna die, and that which makes us think that question that the choice that Baiji made 100 years ago was that he refused to kill Song Chue, but now this time he's resolved to kill Song Chue for the ritual. But as what we'll find this out, Baiji is going to continue with the ritual, and as soon as he's about to kill Song Chue to complete the ritual, uh, not Lantern, Perception, in order to stop this, stabs Bai Ji. In order to stab Bai Ji, and which stops the ritual. But and the reason that Perception gives is that we were we asked her to save Sung Chue, and she says that this is the most efficient way to save her by killing Bai Shi. But during this time, as this happened, Bai Ji becomes extremely suspicious of Perception and asks if they really are Perception or Ajita, since this is not in line of. It's not. Yes, killing Baiji would stop the is a way to stop the ritual, but it's not the only way to stop the ritual. There are much more other ways to stop it. And so, as soon as Baiji dies, and well, with the stabbing, you can see Baiji dies, and as soon as he dies, Perception starts to act differently because we find out that Perception is not a fragment of Ajita. Instead, Perception is the shadows themselves. A Master of Shadow, I believe, is what is the term that's used, and that the giant bull that was chained to Baiji is called Amorpheus, and that the giant bull of shadows is going to destroy everything. We learned that Perception's the traitor, but not actually Agita. And Perception mentions that with Baiji dead now, she is free, but so is Songxue, which, you know, that's an interesting line. Why is Songxue free now? But anyway, we chase after Perception to fight. We chase after Perception to try and stop her because of what she's done. But as we chase her, we're unable to get to her, and she frees the giant ball, the giant sphere with shadows called Amorphous, called Amorphous Face, which lands on Lung Chue, killing everyone. Or so we thought. Throughout the whole of chapter 1, there's been like a foggy hue on the screen. Not just in the chapter, but also on the hub world when you're not even in doing the chapter. And during this whole time, I was curious of why is that, if there was some new setting that's causing this. But apparently, this is all a dream that the dream seeker was having, and the amorphous face killing everyone woke us up. Only the dream seeker, because apparently everyone else was already awake, but they weren't sure of the dream we were having. And as soon as we wake up, Bai Ji shows up and asks us who killed him in the dream. So, which is where the chapter finishes. So the whole time we were having a dream of what would happen, because it looks like because we find out that Baiji is the strongest Shu. Because well, we were already aware of that, but Perception also mentions that she was being chained down by the strongest Shu, which was Baiji. But we assume that Baiji, since he's the Shu of falsehood, he made a false world or a false time of what would happen, which is the dream we had. And that's where we finished. That I didn't think I would take this long to explain it. Apologies if it was long or if it was even if it was incomprehensible. But that's basically the gist of what happens. So now we know what's gonna happen, but we don't know. We haven't. Yeah, we've seen of what's can happen. Wait, hold up. What's happening here? Okay, so we will now begin the new chapter, or the new act, rather. I guess it showed up in the thing. If you enjoy this, if you enjoy the stream, I'd appreciate if you follow. But anyway, okay, let's start. Head to Long Train. Okay. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. By the way, I don't mind answering. Okay, let me drink some water first. Okay. A paradox. A real paradox. A real paradox indeed. Ooh, okay, that's a Morpheus face. The effect was revealed without even knowing the cause. Wait, this might be a bit too quiet then. Let me boost this up then. Okay, that's better. Without knowing order, chaos had already engulfed the world. Without knowing the light of dawn, the soul had already donned the morning robe of shadows.
影がどのように生まれてきたのかは誰も知らない。影自身もそうかもしれない。
No one knows how they originated. Perhaps the shadows themselves don't even know. A century ago, Amber Street. Oh, a shadow. Is this the Amber Street disaster? Yeah. Oh, shadow. Yeah. Huh?
声はどこから来た？
Wait, did this shadow become sentient? Is that what happened? That sound, where did it come from?
あ
Hello?
あ、声を出しているのは私か。
Oh, it's me. I'm making that sound.
おかしい。なぜ声が出るのだろうか。
How strange. Why am I making a sound? At that thought, the living thing in the eerie shadows cast a glance at the other things around it, observing them closely for a while.
私だけが声を出せる。いや、私だけが人間の言葉を話せる。
Only I can make a sound. That's not precise. Only I can make the sound of humans.
人間。
Human.
ああ、そうだ。
Oh, yes. Oh. Crabby legs, I guess. Can we attack? Hold on. What was that sound? Why was that cute? Okay. Jump. Okay. Double jump? Oh, we can double jump. Can we double jump? No, we can't. And attack is... Ah, we're bringing a shadow ball. Okay. Creature in the shadows. Living things lurked silently in the shadows as if waiting for some order. Okay. Investigate the person on the floor.
死んでいる。
Dead. Okay.
息をしていない。
Breathing has ceased. Look, they're all dead. Hmm.
現状を整理しよう。
Let's quickly go over the situation here.
私はどこから来たかわからないが、おそらく影に形を変えられ、動ける体を持つようになった。
I don't know where I came from, but I must have been shaped in the shadows and granted a body that can move.
それだけではなく、人間の言葉も話せる。それは影の中でも特別だが、だからといって誰かの上に立つこともない。
Not only that, I can also speak the human language. This ability seems fairly unique among the shadows, although it doesn't make me superior.
何しろ、 ここの自然の法則によると、
After all, according to the rules here,
人間も食物連鎖の一部に過ぎないからだ。
humans are only a link in the food chain. As it spoke, the living things in the shadows glanced at the human corpses laying beside it.
まさかこいつらの死ぬ直前の恐怖が
Oh, could be.
私を影から生み出したから人間の言葉を話せるのか。
Could be, since we know shadows come from fear. Was I born from the fear of these people experienced upon facing their own deaths? Was that what gave me the gift of speaking their tongue?
違う。他の影の誕生も大して変わらないようだ。
So why is it special? Is it because it's multiple, well, many of deaths at once cause this unique being to be born? That can't be right. It's not much different from the birth of other shadows.
まあいい。なぜかはそれほど重要ではない。
Whatever. After all, why isn't important.
何はともあれ、体ができた以上、用事を片付けるべきだ。
Whatever the case, the fact is that now I have a body, so I should do something with it.
少なくとも、まずは体の機能の使い方を覚えなければ。
The least I can do is learn how to use my faculties. Okay, so movement. Grow, grow, grow. Wait, are we actually gonna kill people? Help. We're done. Oh, what
や
the?
はり
That's just as what they are also food for this body. What the hell? Let me try. What? Oh. Okay.
な
Ah.
るほど。人間の考え方という違いによって、私は確かに彼らの天敵となる。
I see. Humans are different, are very different from us in the way of thinking, which makes me a natural enemy of theirs.
それなら、順番通りに私は溢れ出る恐怖を飲み込むべきだ。
It's only logical that the next step is to feed on their bursting fear.
ん？
Huh?
ああ、食べ物が増えた。
Baiji? Oh, another meal.
食べ過ぎにならないといいのだけど。
Hopefully I won't stuff myself.
へえ、少し変わっている。悲鳴も上げなければ逃げることもない。 そ
Hmm.
れどころか。
This is a strange one. This one is strange. He's neither screaming nor running away. He's even
恐怖が全くない。
fearless.
もう少し近くで観察してみよう。
I should get a bit closer.
天からの贈り物でも揺れる影を許してくれないのか。
Even the godson cannot contain the sheer scale of these shadows.
形勢は挽回できず、運命はもう決まる。冥界と白雨と同じように、老朽の結末も決まっている。
It's all over now. The ending is upon us. Like Minghai and Baiyu, Lang Chu's fate is also sealed.
いや、この後に及んで私は人のせいにするのか。私の過信のせいで今の窮地に至ったというのに。
No. Now that it's come to this, am I going to blame others for it? I was overly confident. That was what led to our situation becoming so desperate.
反論の余地などない。
There's
こ
no
れは
ar-
私の罪だ。
there's no arguing. This is my sin.
本当に変わった人間だ。体が弱く力がなさそうな上に運の悪い人相をしている。
What a
本
weird
来ならとっくに他の影に目をつけられているはずだ。
what a weird man. Someone so sad and fragile should have been consumed by the other shadows long ago.
なのにここでブツブツと独り言をつぶやく暇があるとは。
Despite that, he still finds the time to babble to himself.
もう少し観察してみよう。
I'll study him a bit longer. The living thing in the shadows was very curious, probably because it had just come to life. Just as it was about to disappear into the darkness so that they could observe the strange man a bit more closely, a gentle breeze brushed by.
あら、やっと見つけた。
Ah, I finally found you. Huh?
何？
Oh,
しくじった
Achita.
からここで悔しがってるの？そんなに可愛い一面が見られるなんて珍しいわね。白球坊ちゃま。
What? Are you feeling sorry for yourself after screwing things up? It's a rare to see you like this, young Master Baiji. It's almost cute.
びっくりした。この女はいつ来たんだ。
She gave me quite the fright. Where did that woman come from?
それと、この男は白球という名前だったのか。
So, Baiji is his name.
アジタ、ここに来るとは思わなかった。
Miss Ajita, I didn't think you would come personally.
てっきり遠くから人と会話できるほうきを使って皮肉を言うだけかと思っていたが。
I thought you'd use that artifact of yours, the one that can communicate with people from afar, to harangue me? Harangue? Harangue me? Harangue, I think.
もう、私を何だと思ってるの？
Huh? What kind of person do you think I am?
今日は影縛りの日よ。さすがの私でも、世界の運命に関わる重大なことを
God,
前に
she's
して、
pretty.
家でコレクションと遊んでいられるわけないでしょ？
Today is the day for the shadows to be bound. It will determine the fate of the entire world. When an event of this magnitude is upon us, even I would refrain from staying at home and playing with my collections.
それに、この影縛りの方法を論文として発表したら、あなたにも署名してもらうんだから。
Besides, if I was to publish an article about the shadow binding technique, you and I would be listed as co-authors. Shadow binding. Isn't that... Wait, what am I thinking of Naruto? Yeah, isn't that Shikamaru's move? I mean, yeah, it's like, that's off the mark.
手先は器用な方だと自負していたけれど、残念ながら。今思えば、私は実験に向いているたちではないようだ。
I I boast a lot about my nimble hands, but sadly, it appears I'm not cut out for conducting experiments.
それで、行動のアストラルリングは？
So, what happened to the Zodiac Astral Ring? Upon hearing the snappy name, the man named Baiji shook his head, frowning.
重荷に耐えられず、バラバラになった。
Oh. It couldn't bear the pressure and split into several fragments.
あらあら。どうやら影の剣能を得意点として統合するのは、結局理論上の可能性でしかなかったのね。
Oh my. I suppose it's only theoretical as only it's only theoretically feasible to integrate the Shadow's authorities in a singular point.
でも、一つだけ君の予想通りにな
Into
っ
a
た。
singular point. But one thing happened just as you predicted.
アストラルリングは凡俗のものではない。バラバラになったとはいえ、その力は残っている。それはすでに偽物を使って写した。
The Astral Ring isn't just a mundane gadget. Even though it's split apart, its power is still there. I'm currently using a counterfeit to store that power.
へえ。
Oh?
じゃあ次はどうするつもり？愚痴をこぼすっていうのはどうかしら。私はお調子者だけど、聞き手としてはまあまあふさわしいわよ。
So, what are you gonna do next? Why don't you just vent about it first? You could call me frivolous, but I might just be a good listener.
いや、私の独断によってこのような結果に至った。責任も私一人で背負うべきだ。
No, All this happened because of my impulsiveness. I alone should take the responsibility.
ええ、あなたならそう言うと思ったわ。この老朽で責任感の奴隷を探すなら、あなたはその最高の見本になるもの。
Yeah, I knew you'd say that. In all of Langchu, you are the prime example of a man who is a slave to responsibility.
そうかもしれない。
Maybe.
だから一つ目の質問に答えた方が私に向いていると思う。
Maybe. I'd better answer your question first.
これから私は行動のアストラルリングのかけらたちをふさわしい者の手に渡す。これの生物親和性が私たちに挽回の機会をもたらすかもしれない。
Next, I plan to hand over the fragments of the Zodiac Astro Ring to the right people. The biological affinity of this instrument might give us an opportunity to turn the tables.
ええ、私たちは確かにこの一時しのぎの策を講じたわね。法とは無縁だけど、術というものの人選はもう考えてるの？
Oh, I remember working on this contingency plan together. I don't think we can do anything about the law, but regarding the shoes, do you have any candidate in mind? Law. Yeah, okay. This I don't think this has been brought up yet. But when the start of the game, when you like look around Oxia and stuff, there's some when you look in when there's some documents on the shoes, but there's also law. We know that there's always one law and seven shoes. But I don't believe we've met this law. We've met the seven shoes. But who is the law? This hasn't been brought up yet. I am interested and curious of what this is. Maybe I don't remember. Does anyone know if any of the documents has any specificities towards what the law is? Do tell if you do know. Baiji nodded.
彼らの才能が英才を鎮める道を見つけ切り開いてくれるよう願っている。
I hope they can utilize their exceptional talents to discover or devise some methods to suppress the shadow calamities.
勝てないなら仲間になるというのも別に周知に値することではない。
If you can't beat your enemies, you might as well learn their ways. There's no shame in that.
しかしそれ以外にも今日の私の行動はすでに各方面に補足されている。そのため相手を迎える準備もしなければならない。
Apart from that, apart from that, I'm afraid they've already figured out my whereabouts, so I must prepare myself for a confrontation.
忙しくなりそうね。じゃあ、幸運を祈ってる。
Sounds like a lot of work. If that's the case, then I wish you good luck.
危険な場所に長居するのは良くないわ。私でも早めに計画を立てる必要があるのよ。
One should not linger in a place where trouble is brewing. Even I have to make plans in advance.
すまない。少し待ってくれないか。
Sorry, but wait a moment. Baiji approached Ajita and put on a small object in her palm. The living thing in the shadows didn't quite catch what it was.
へえ、
Oh, really?
どうやら私も選ばれたみたいね。
Does this mean I'm also one of the candidates?
もちろんだ。器具の名は君にふさわしい。
Sure. There's no one more suited than you to bear the name Gadgets.
それなら受け取っておくわ。
Alright, then I'll take it.
君の偉大な志はこの小さな老朽に収まるものではないと私は知っている。
I know Langshu is too small for the grandness of your visions.
昔と同じように力の及ぶ限り私たちを助けてほしい。
I only hope that you can help us to the best of your abilities, as you have always done.
水臭いわね。友達でしょ？
You're too kind, my friend.
巨岩の真実は器具のみが受け止められる。少なくとも今の私たちの協力関係は互いの必要なものを受け取るという健康的なものだわ。
The truth of falsehood can only be held by gadgets. We are in a mutually beneficial partnership where each of us can obtain something we want from each other, at least for the time being.
彼らは何の話をしているのだ。あまりにも突飛だ。
Completely forgot that he was here. What the heck are they talking about? Sounds like they're up to something.
しかし、影と関係があるようだ。ちゃんと聞いてみよう。
It seems to have something to do with shadows. I'd better listen carefully.
さあ、あなたは老朽を救う偉業に集中して。私はやっぱり自宅のソファーに横たわってた方が快適ね。
Alright, it's time for you to carry on with your work and save Langchu. As for me, I find it more comfortable to curl up in my sofa.
さようなら、アジタ。
Goodbye, Miss Ajita. The woman's footsteps faded into the distance, just when the living thing in the shadows thought she had gone far enough.
ああ、一応忠告しておくわね。救世主。
Oh, yes, a small reminder, my savior.
あそこの影でこそこそとした小さな怪物があなたをじっと見つめてるわよ。
There's a little monster lurking in the shadows over there. It's been staring at you for quite some time now.
ん
Hmm?
まずい。影の
Shoot!
産物が
Product of the shadows has been attempted strengthened by the dodge bullets, bullets.
それなら
Then,
やっぱり
just as I thought, his ability to control the shadows even surpasses even mine.
うまくかわせなかったら
I can't hide from
もう
him.
終わりだ。
Then am I done for? Jump, jump, dodge bullets. Wait, am I meant to dodge or am I meant to? Because I can just jump this. Wait, hold up. Can I just live
もう
through?
いいだろ
Enough. Okay, never mind. I can't. Ugh. Void. A complete void. But it wasn't entirely empty. It was a fairly amazing experience. A sensation it had not. Ugh. Okay, let me start again. It was a fairly amazing experience, a sensation it had never had before. It kept flowing in, like a trickle merging into a lake or sea and brimming out again. It was the same soul, but dressed in a brand new dark attire. Oh, wait, I'm the scorpion now.
ん
Huh?
私はまだ生きている。
Am I still alive?
うん。これは本当に摩訶不思議だ。
That was strange.
私の姿は先ほどとは違う。 しかし、先ほどの出来事をまだ覚えている。
Is it an entity of shadow? I don't look the same, but I remember everything that happened a moment ago.
人間の言葉で表現すると、これはまるで、
As humans would
ま
like,
るで
as humans would put it, it's like
夢を見たような。
a dream.
しかし、先ほどの記憶を持ってはいても、その影と今の私が同じ存在だと証明できない。
However, even though I can recall what just happened, I don't think it's sufficient to prove that the shadow from before and my current being are the one and the same.
いや、まずい。あと少しで答えのない問題に夢中になるところだった。それは現状の改善に何の得も与えない。
No, this is no good. I nearly got carried away pondering a question without an answer, which isn't helpful to my current predicament.
記憶を持っている以上、あの男に一度殺されたと思っておこう。特に不都合はなさそうだ。
Since I do have recollections of these events, I don't suppose there's anything wrong in assuming that I was killed by that man fairly recently.
簡単でわかりやすい。これで残るは行動のみ。
Oh, so it's killing. He's the one that killed Ajita, then. Or it's the one that killed Ajita. There you have it. Simple and straightforward. All that's left is to act.
白球はまだ近くにいるかもしれない。逃げるときは気をつけねば。
Baiji. He might still be around. I must be careful when making my grand escape. Is this not an escape game? Okay, we can't go that way. Oh. Into the fire. Into the oil, into the fire. How?
あれは
That's... Wow. Oh.
なるほど。永遠の重荷か。
I see. A burden forever.
彼の話は本当のようだ。でも、
I suppose he was telling the truth, but
これでいい。
this will do.
この影たちは全部彼女一人に倒されたのか。
Did she kill all these shadows by herself?
彼女は一体何者だ。
What is she?
これで、多少は老朽も穏やかになるはずだろう。
This should make things quieter in Langshire, more or less.
白球。あんたがくれたアストラルリングは負担なんかじゃない。
Baiji,
私がそう証明してみせる。
Baiji, the astral ring you gave me is not a burden, and I shall prove it to you.
彼女はあの危険な男のことを知っている。例のアストラルリングとやらも知っている。
She knows that dangerous man, as well as the thing called the astral ring.
彼女があの男が言っていた才能のあるものか。
Is she one of the qualified candidates he mentioned?
これが明かりの道。
This is Lantern's path.
もし影が本当に尽きないのなら、私の殺戮も終わらない。
If there's no end to these shadows, then so shall my slaughter be.
さて、休憩時間は終わり。
Alright, the break is over.
そろそろ次の死闘を繰り広げる時だ。
It's time for the next death match. Oh, and we instantly get killed.
また血が出た。視界の邪魔にならないといいんだけど。
Oh, I'm bleeding again. You better not obscure my vision.
あんたにはそろそろ退場してもらう。
Show's over for you. Letting go can be a beautiful experience. In a deep slumber, the mind can rid itself of the constraints of time and enjoy true freedom in a void resembling death. And so things continued in this way for an indefinite amount of time. And the shadow began to stir again. The sea never dries between the ebb and flow of tides, just as water begins to seep in when the last drop evaporates from the puddle. The new round of creation was near its completion in the gathering of darkness. Darkness? Why am I thinking of Mickey Mouse? God damn Kingdom Hearts.
面白い。
Interesting.
今なら確信できる。少なくとも私の記憶は影を通して引き継ぐことができる。
I'm sure of it now. At least my memories are carried on by
も
shadows.
っと自由に思えば、私の体が消えるたびに影は新しい体を用意してくれる。
From a more egotistical perspective, whenever my body disappears, the shadows will prepare a new one for me.
しかし、それはなぜなのだろう。
But why? The living thing in the shadows couldn't help but throw another glance at the surrounding peers, secretively hoping that one of them could talk with it. Despite waiting for some time, however, nothing happened. In the end, it came to a conclusion.
私は特別だ。
I am special. Yes, you special.
私は他の影とは違う。私だけが人間の言葉を理解でき、体を変えられ、記憶を残せる。
I'm different from the other shadows. Only I can understand the human language. Only I can change bodies and retain my memories.
私だけが思考できるのか。
Only I am incapable of intelligent thoughts.
実に面白い。
This is very interesting. Indeed. And the living thing in the shadows pondered long on the fact that it could think.
私はまだ自分のことをよく知らない。もしかしたらこういう転生の力には限界があるのかもしれない。
I
念
don't
のため死ぬ回数を減らした方がいい。
I don't know much about myself. Maybe there's a limit to my ability to reincarnate. Best to refrain from dying on a daily basis, just to be safe.
これは魂の延長ではなく、記憶による錯覚の可能性もある。私のことを覚えられる次の私は、私とは全く関係がないかもしれない。
This might even be a trick of the memory. Instead of the continuation of my soul, the next me who remembers me might have nothing to do with me at all.
もし本当にそうだとしたら、一度も死んではならない。
If that's the case, then absolutely, positively cannot die, not even once.
しかし、
However, the living thing in the shadows tapped into its perception, a magical faculty different from the five senses of humans, and started to assess its own situation. Then, for the first time since its birth, it felt happy and at ease.
素晴らしい。実に素晴らしい。
It's wonderful, truly wonderful.
直感的に言えば私は今までの死に疲れや苦しみを味わうことなく、むしろ不思議な充実感を得た。
Fullness. Oh, wait. Intuitively, the deaths from earlier didn't make me feel tired or filled with pain. Instead, I'm filled with this strange fullness. Wait, can the shadows if shadows if shadows feel fear, then couldn't they perpetually strengthen themselves or reinforce themselves? Because if he's filled with strange fullness, that's what I'm assuming this means.
私の奥にこの老朽とつながった何かがあると感じられる。
I can feel that something deep inside me is connected to this land called Lungchu.
そしてそれはどんどん大きくなっていく。そう、いつまでも膨張し続けているのだ。
And it seems to be growing. Yes, it's expanding every second. Oh boy. Oh boy, he's realizing.
恐怖がそよぐのを感じる。
I can sense a titillizing breeze of fear.
飛ぶという感覚か。
Is this what it feels to fly? Okay, these are the past bodies. We up and down, up and down. Wait, what's this? Okay, down we go. Shock. Oh, Baiji.
白球は以前よりもだいぶ弱くなっているようだ。
Baiji, he appears much weaker than before.
どうやら行動のアストラルリングが崩れた時、消えずに残った衝撃の一部はこの身が受け止めねばならないようだ。
It appears that the colossal impact produced by the zodiac astral ring splitting didn't fully disperse. Some of it has been forced onto my body.
これも役に立たない使用者が受けるべき報いだろう。
Is this the price I have to pay for being an unworthy wielder?
それもいい。今の琥珀街の惨状は全て私のせいだ。
I suppose I deserve it. I alone am responsible for the tragedy on Amber Street today.
私は罪を背負って一生かけてそれを償うべきだ。
I must bear the weight of that sin, atone for it for the rest of my life.
ただ他の6人に申し訳ない。私のせいで全員が罪人になってしまうのだから。
Nevertheless, I am sorry for dragging the 6 of them into this, making them mortal sinners.
6人。彼がアストラルリングを分け与えた人間たちのことだろうか。
Is he referring to the people to whom he gave the astral ring?
我々御影7術は
We, the vulnerable 7 shoes,
必ず英才を断ち切る。
shall purge the shadow calamities. Oh, did he kill him? Oh, yes he did. Oof. Off screened. The moment his third body was crushed, 2 epiphanies came rushing to the being in the shadow. First, the man named Baji wasn't entirely bereft of fear. Only the shadow projected by his fear was so colossal that it extended beyond its vision. Secondly, it had grasped the nature of its being. The whisper from its mysterious faculty only occurred upon collision with a shadow of that magnitude. I am the shadow. What is a shadow? What is a shadow? When no one is watching, a shadow appears as if it doesn't exist in this world, growing only in silence. When it is large enough to be noticed, it has already become inseparable from everyone, to the point that nobody is able to shake it off. A shadow yearns for, manipulates, and harvests fear. The fear is the most hideous whip in the world, lashing all those who have succumbed to it. The people lost to shadows lack neither courage nor dignity, but fear can destroy those precious qualities, like a sharp blade cutting through fine muslin. Muslin, I think. It bows the heads of arrogant men and defiles pure hearts. It goes without saying that the lowly commoners have no way to escape from its claws. Even the most illustrious emperors cannot help but bow to it, descending into its pit of shamelessness minions. After all, everything contrives to remove justice and reason from a man who has been brought up to command others. Yes, this is the answer to the question. Shadows are fear, and fear is power.
アジタ、書き物は終わったのか。
Have you finished writing your journal, Miss Agita?
待たせてごめんね。
Sorry to have kept you waiting. She turned around with her charming smile. Even though there was no reason to keep the words a secret, she still concealed the notes behind her with her elegant figure.
これでやっとちゃんと話せる時間ができたわね。
So, we finally have time to talk.
影の意志。
Wheel of the Shadow. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's okay, so she was aware. Does that mean what's...
ちゃん
Shadow.
と話せるというのは、ほうきを使って暴れる家畜のように私を縛ることか。
Oh. By talking, I assume you mean tying me up with your artifact as if I was a lamb to be slaughtered.
あら、老朽をめちゃくちゃにした影の神を前にして、か弱い女性である私が無防備でいるわけないでしょ。
Well, after all, you are the almighty shadow who wrought untold havoc in Langchu. You could hardly blame a defenseless woman like myself for taking certain precautions.
安心して、きっと慣れるわ。
Don't worry, you'll get used to them.
勝手なことを。
Huh, your lies come so easily.
あなたはか弱い女性でもなければ、私も神などではない。
You're by no means defenseless, and I am far from almighty.
少なくとも、今は。
At least, not for now.
あなたはもっと狡猾、あるいは野生的な存在だと思ってたけど、意外と素直なのね。
I thought you'd be more cunning or savage. I wasn't expecting you to be so straightforward.
とぼけないでキング。あなたはとっくに私の存在を知っている。
Don't play with don't play games with me, gadgets. You've been aware of my existence for some time now.
あなたは唯一私の正体を見破った人間だ。巨岩という七術の頭よりもずっと早く。
You are the only person who discovered my real identity, even before falsehood, the head of the seven shoes.
それっていつのことかしら。
Uh, and when do you think that was?
あなたがヌートリスク一族の宴会に紛れ込んだ時、それとも互助会に潜入して彼らの禁書をこっそり読んだ時、もしくは
Was it when you sneaked into the Nutisu banquet? Or when you infiltrated the Mutual Aid Society to read the forbidden books? Or... Wait... Wait. Why am I thinking Sanctuary? Questions.
琥珀街大恐慌の日、私と白球の会話
Oh,
を盗
okay,
み
or
聞きし
not.
た時かしら。
On the day of the Ambush Great Panic, when you were eavesdropping on Baiji and I.
信じられない。あの時私は自分が影の意志として誕生したことすらはっきりと認識できなかった。なのに、あなたはそれよりも前に。
Unbelievable. At that time, I myself hadn't realized that I had been born into this world as the will of the shadow. But now you're saying that before even that, I had already...
あなた。
You.
器具の術。アジタ。
Shadow of... Shoe of Gadgets. Ajita.
あなたは一体何者だ。
Who are you?
まさか怪物に怪物を見るような目で見つめられる日が来るとはね。
I never imagined that one day a monster would be staring at me as if I were the monstrous one.
でも安心して。別に私は先見の明があるような特殊な存在じゃない。私はただ、この世界の人々よりもちょっと広い視野を持ってるだけよ。
But rest assured that I'm no fairy or demon who can foretell the future. It's merely that my vision is slightly deeper and broader compared with other beings in this world. Why does that sound as if she's not from here? Beings of this world. That phrasing makes it sound like she's extraterrestrial or belongs from somewhere else.
それは私がどうやってあなたの正体を見破ったのかとは何の関係もないけどね。
Although, that has nothing to do with how I found out about your identity.
視野。
Vision?
どうやらあなたは前者の方に興味を持つタイプのようね。それならこうまとめましょう。
Looks like you're the type who'd be more interested in the first topic. Let me put it like this.
今は足を踏み入れにくいけど、世界という名の孤島の外には確かに広い海が存在してるの。
Beyond this island which you know as your world lies a vast sea, one which seems difficult to reach at the moment.
海は果てしなく小さな老朽と比べられるものじゃない。
The sea is both vast and boundless. The minuscule landmass, Langchu, is no match for it.
それにその無限の海の中には数えきれないほどの他の孤島が存在するのよ。
Moreover, there are countless other islands in this infinity. Is it talking about the Sea of Quantum, I believe? Or I guess Sea of Data in this case.
それって、老朽の外には老朽のような世界がたくさん存在しているということか。
Are you saying that there are more worlds like Langchu out there?
あなたのいいえ、あらゆる生き物の想像を超えるほどにね。でも視野にとってはそれも重要なことじゃないわ。
There are more of you. There are more than you or any living being could ever imagine. However, this is still not the point. As far as my vision is concerned,
島以外に海の中には大事なところがあるの。それを大陸と呼びましょう。
apart from the islands, there is a place of overwhelming importance in the sea. Let's call it the continent?
そこは文明が根を張る礎石。あらゆる歴史と伝承の原型。真剣に扱うべき唯一のビーコン。
The continent is the cornerstone of civilization, the prototype of all history and legacy, and the only beacon that deserves to be taken seriously. Let me think. Beacon. It says as a continent, so a main place in the sea. I doubt it's talking about Earth. What would this be referring to? I'm not sure. Or could this main beacon be referring to a place where Goddess Senadina was? When she mentioned the word beacon, an almost imperceptible glimmer of longing seemed to shine in Ashita's eyes. From what the shadow remembered, the somewhat cynical woman had never appeared like this before.
おかしい。あなたはそういう曖昧な推断で想像を膨らませるような人間ではない。
Strange. You don't strike me as the type who would fantasize over some dubious statements. After a few seconds, the strange look in Ashita's eyes disappeared, and she returned to her normal self.
私も一応名の知れた商人だもの。取り扱うのは孤島にある普通のものだけじゃないのよ。
I'm a rather famous merchant, you know. The goods I deal with are not limited to the common items you'll find on this island.
私に関することも、その天外から来たものによって知ったのか。
Did you also learn about me from these aliens? Aliens? So I guess the other people from other islands. Okay.
どちらかというと、ヒントを得たってところかしら。
Sort of. I guess they gave me I guess they gave me some inspiration.
こう言いましょう。私が大陸と呼んだあの世界では、かつて英才に似た異常現象というより、
Okay. So the continent is Mars itself. So, okay. Yeah, okay, this is referring to, I guess, the Mars before before the planet was destroyed by the collapse, well, by finality. Okay. I'll put it like this. In the world I call the continent, anomalies once took place in that was similar to shadow calamities. They were in fact the excising of certain authorities.
ある記録では、十中八九、その異常現象にそれぞれの意志が生まれてた。そうなった原因は全てが同じじゃないけどね。
According to the records, most of these anomalies evolved to possess a will of their own, but the reasons behind this outcome varied.
それを踏まえて判断すると、あなたが存在しない方がむしろ驚くわ。
So, it surprised me more if you didn't exist.
恐ろしい女だ。
You are a scary woman.
貴重品と俗物を見分ける能力は商人として成功するための必須条件よ。
The ability to differentiate between precious and mundane items is a must for every successful business person.
では、そろそろ本題に入ってもいいだろうか。
Shall we get down to business then?
あら、
Oh, really?
アジタ、あなたがこれほど特殊な手段で私を捕まえたのは、老朽の天文や地理の知識を教え、自慢するためではないだろう。
I suppose you must have a reason for capturing me in such an inspired manner, and it wasn't to gloat to me about your knowledge of Langshu's astronomy or geography.
もちろん違うわ。言ったでしょ。私は商人。あなたのために時間を費やしていいと思ったのは、
Okay, so
あ
what
な
is
た
she
との取引に
planning?
それだけの価値があったから。
Of course I have a reason. Like I said, I'm a businesswoman. The only reason I'm willing to spend time on you is to strike a deal, naturally.
取引？あなたは私と取引するつもりなのか？
To strike a deal? You want to make a transaction with me?
その通り。 誠意を見せるためにも、私があなたに提供できる商品を見せてあげても構わないわ。
Did she trade Langshu? Because if she's technically not from here, then it makes no sense. She would have technically have no attachments to this place. Ah, sure. And to demonstrate my goodwill, I'm willing to show that I can offer you first. What I can offer you first.
必要ない。
No.
あら、そう急いで断らなくたっていいのに。
Oh, don't turn me down just yet.
私は唯一あなたの正体を見破った人間だって、そう言ったわよね。
Didn't you say that I'm the only person who discovered your real identity?
そういう人がもう一人増えたら、どんな状況になるか考えたことはないの？
Has it ever occurred to you how things would develop if there were another person like myself?
琥珀街大恐慌が起きてから、白球は激しく自分を責め、あの災害の影響を調べるために、老朽のあちこちをずっと走り回ってるの。
Ever since the Amber Street Great Panic, Baiji has been consumed by guilt, traveling all around Langshire to inquire about into the aftermath of the calamity.
最初、彼は暴走したアストラルリングが触媒となって、英才がより凶暴化して、対処が難しくなっただけだと思ってた。でも最近、それだけじゃないってなんとなく気づき始めてる。
In the beginning, he only thought at the beginning he only thought that Shadow's calamities were becoming more rampant and untamed because of the catalyzing effect of the astral ring. But lately, he's also starting to realize that there's more to this issue.
彼はもともと賢い人だし、私のように外からの知識がなくても、裏に隠れた真実を徐々に見極められるようになるはずよ。
Baiji is gifted. I'm sure he's starting to see the truth behind appearances, even without the outside knowledge I'm privy to.
彼があなたの存在を知ったら、
Once he finds out about your existence,
だったらなんだ。今の私はまだ弱いが。
then what? I may be weak now, but
彼だけで、あなたたちだけで私を完全に消滅させることはできない。
he doesn't have the power to eradicate me once and for all. None of you do, even if you teamed up against me.
へえ、自覚のある答えね。
Oh, I see you're well aware of your abilities.
その通り。見かけ七術は最初から、その力の使い方のせいで、あなたに勝つことができない。
You're right. Due to the way the vulnerable Seven Shoes utilize their powers, they'll never have the chance to surpass you.
七術の権能は、どれも影から来てる。巷で徐々に広がってる怪衆と同じように、夢中醤油、今日実にするものなの。
Yes, the power comes from the shadows, and if he's the will of the shadows, he is going to have more authority over it. So, yeah. The authorities. Sorry. The authorities of the Seven Shoes are derived from the shadows. They're similar to fear gathering, which is gaining popularity among the people. But both are ways of creating something from nothing and transmuting emptiness into substance.
しかし一方で、虚は虚、実は実なのよ。実物になった影はいつか、虚無に帰る形で均衡を取り戻す。
On the other hand, what is empty remains empty, and what is substantial remains substantial. The shadows transformed into substances will eventually return to the void, thus restoring balance.
商売の言葉で言うと、いくら取り立てから逃げても、いつかは借金を返すことになる。そしてその債権者は影の本体、つまりあなたなのよ。
The more shadows are used, the more it will come back to him until he will grow even stronger over time. To borrow a phrase from the business world, you can take out as many loans as you want, but at the end of the day, you still have to pay what you owe. And in the case of you, the embodiment of all shadows would be the creditor.
私たちはあなたの力を借りてあなたと戦ってる。そのせいであなたの使える権能がなくなって影の怪物という姿でしか存在できなくなったけど、いつか私たちは借金を返すことになる。
We've been borrowing your strength to fight against you. While this may have temporarily deprived you of authorities to wield, forcing you to exist as a monster in the shadows, someday we will have to repay the debt.
そしてあなたはその日を気長に待つだけで最後の勝者になれるのよ。
All you need to do is patiently wait for that day to come, and you will come out on top.
それがわかるなら取引をする必要はないだろう。
If you know this, what makes you think I'll agree to a deal?
簡単よ。あなたは白球を恐れてるから。
It's simple. Because you're afraid of Baiji.
確実に勝てるように見える状況でもあなたはあの男を恐れてる。彼が予想外の方法を思いついてあなたの不死を奪い、存在を完全に抹消することを恐れてるのよ。
I mean, he's been killed twice by Baiji? No? Even in a situation like this, where it seems certain you will be the ultimate victor, you're still terrified of that man. You're afraid he might be able to come up with some unexpected trick that would deprive you of your immortality and erase you from this world forever.
あの日琥珀街で彼が2度もあなたの体を木っ端みじんにしたようにね。
Just like how he destroyed your body twice on Amber Street that day.
あ、そうそう。私の誠実さをもっと証明するためにもう一つ正しい情報を教えてあげるわ。
Oh, yes. In order to prove I'm being genuine, I can offer you another piece of information. The woman who called herself a businesswoman looked down on the living things in the shadow, chilling scorn gleaming in her eyes.
白球には確実にあなたを老朽から完全に排除する方法が一つあるの。
I'm guessing the ritual then. Baiji does have a way to eradicate you from Langchua. The woman coyly stopped there, her eyes seeming to be saying that she intended to keep exactly how Baiji could accomplish this a secret. All she wanted was for it to know that it existed. Evidently, Ajita kept something from the transaction that took place a century ago. For example, she remained silent about a certain choose unchangeable destiny. I'm guessing about sumptuous. This is... Huh. I feel like this is well produced. Like, a lot of effort went into this chapter by the looks of it. I like.
雨か。
Is it raining?
もし本当に神様がいるのなら、これは
Sanctuary,
あ
okay,
の
it
子の
is.
ために流した憐れみの涙だろうか。
If the gods are real, is this rain the tears of pity you shed for that child?
それとも軽蔑して吐いた唾だろうか。
Or the spits of disdain?
なぜいつもあと一息のところで失敗する。なぜいつも思い通りにならない。
Why do I always fail at the last step? Why can't things go the way I wish?
それなら彼女には最後まで才能を見せないでほしかった。
It would be better if she never exhibited any aptitude.
このまま私の弟子として何も心配せずに生きていってほしか
Yeah,
った。
sanctuary. That way, she could live a carefree life as my disciple.
神よ、なんて無慈悲なんだ。
Fate can be a cruel mistress. I'm pretty sure she said, God, why have you done this? My Japanese is like very hit. I'm a very more miss than hit. It was a magical feeling. Deprived of teeth, claws, hands, feet, or a tail, this vessel should have been an inconvenient cage, but it was just as one desired, allowing the inhabitant to move freely within it. Oh, I'm guessing she put him in the gadget. Okay. All these senses were heightened. It was even possible to exercise authorities within such a extremely confined space, and the owner of the vessel could disappear into the comforting shadows at any moment.
どうやらあなたは自分の新しい体に満足してるみたいね。
It appears you're quite satisfied with your new body.
ああ、確かに悪くない。
Yeah, it's not bad.
これで私は周りを騙せるのか？
So, nobody will recognize me like
も
this.
ちろん。誰もあなたを疑わないし、
Oh.
必要以上に注目することもない。あとは勝利の日が来るまで
But
気長に
why
待ち
is
続
she
けるといい
doing
わ。
this? Questions. Sure. Nobody will ever be suspicious of you again or pay too much attention. All you need to do is be patient and wait for the day of your victory.
アジタ、もう一度確認するが、
Let me make sure I've got this straight.
あなたが海の中で大陸を探している間、代わりに肉体を守ること。それがあなたの求めている報酬だ。
Oh. So keeping the body safe. Okay, so that idea was correct. You want me to keep your body safe while you're searching for this continent in the sea. Is that it?
その通りよ。強いて言えば、もう一つあるわね。私がこの孤島を出るときに邪魔しないこと。
Yes, and there's one more other thing. To be precise, when I finally decide to leave this island, don't try to stop me.
もともとそうするつもりはない。しかし、アジタ。
I never intended to, but Ajita,
他の術が私を駆逐するためにいろいろ考えているのに、あなたは一人で尻尾を巻いて逃げようとしている。それは賢明ではないかもしれない。
the other shoes are all racking their brains, trying to come up with a way to expel me. Meanwhile, all you're thinking about is how to escape by yourself. I wouldn't exactly call that wise.
あなたに人の心を分析する力があるとは知らなかったわ。
I wasn't aware that you could read people's minds.
心配しているのだ。私は止めたりしないが、白球たちはあなたの旅行計画に対して不満を抱くかもしれない。
I'm worried about you. I wouldn't stop you from leaving, but Baiji and the others might not appreciate your travel plans.
私がいつか老朽を離れることを白球はとっくに知ってるわ。
Baiji has known for a while that I'll eventually leave Langchu.
というより、だからこそ私の器具の権能を使ってもらうためにあなたをここに残すのよ。いろんな意味で彼らにとってはむしろこうした方がメリットが多いの。
That's actually the very reason why I'm keeping you here, to exercise my authority as gadgets. In many ways, it's more beneficial for them.
大丈夫。それを理解したければ、もう少し思考スキルを磨く必要があるかもしれないわね。あなたの生命の形は私たちと大きく違うもの。
It's alright if you don't fully understand. You will need to work harder on your analytical skills if you wish to understand that. After all, you are a very different life form from us humans.
人間との違いを保った方があなたにとってより良い選択になるでしょうね。
Besides, I think it's better for you if you retain your differences.
とにかく
Whatever the case,
これからのことは任せたわ。
I'll be instructing you with what happens next. Perception?
私の分身、
Yeah.
核
Perception, my alter ego. I wonder if she meant that literally. Only shadows shall remain. Enlightened by... Wait, what? Was that it? There's no way that was it, right? Okay, thank God. Is that coming soon? So I was confused. Okay. Let me have a drink. Okay. 'Tis the sport to have an engineer hoist with its own petard. 'Tis most sweet when in one line two crafts directly meet. The shadows cast by the wheel of destiny lurked in the dark. It only had to wait patiently, and everything would be just as it wished.
君が見た夢の中で
In the dream you had just now, who killed me?
私は 誰に殺された？
Who was it that killed me?
前に聞かれた質問だけど、
Oh, okay, so the question you asked me
答えはこ
before.
こにあるの。
The answer lies here, Mr. Baiji. Oh, okay, so we already caught perception and Ajita's body.
なるほど。そう考えると、私はアジタのことを十分に信用していないようだ。
I see. If that's the case, I suppose I didn't sufficiently trust Miss Ajita. Oh, did I miss something? The answer lies here, Mr. Baiji. Okay.
白球さん、
Hmm?
私は嘘をついてないよ。
I wasn't lying, Mr. Baiji.
ああ、心配する必要はない。
Oh, no need to worry.
というより、今の私が無条件に信頼できる人間は君一人なんだ。
At this moment,
夢追い人。
instead, you are the only one whom I can trust unconditionally. Entropy. Oh, Dreamseeker.
それから、やっと会えたね。
And we finally meet
影、
Shadow. Huh.
因果応報、すべては虚妄なり。
Right and wrong, cause and effect, all are illusions of the past. No, I'm not saying that.
私は
But I,
影の中から力を取り出すのも一種の規則だ。
drawing power from shadows is also a rule.
規則である以上、偽物を真実にすることができる。
As far as rules are connected, falsehoods can be passed off as truths.
ほう、規則もあなたが一時的に作る偽物になれるのか。
Oh, so you can make up rules spontaneously, like one of your counterfeits.
ドニグルを止めたとき、君は意識を永遠に沈め、自身の力を取り戻そうとした。しかし、
Oh, okay, so it's like further explaining that point. When you stop Donigu, you seize the opportunity to sink your mind into the pool of shadows, attempting to regain your power. But you didn't succeed back then.
君が道具に身を置いている以上、規則に縛られることになる。
As long as you dwell in a tool, you will be bound by rules.
少なくとも今、君は我々術と何の違いもない。
You are no different from me and the other shoes, for now at least.
思ったよりも賢いようだ。
You're smarter than I thought.
この準備から見るに、私が器具の分身ではないと、あなたはいつから疑い始めた？
Judging from this setup, when did you start suspecting that I'm not a clone of gadgets?
時が流れていくにつれ、あの時の過ちが老朽にどんな災いをもたらしたかを私はずっと推測し続けていた。
Over all these years, I've always struggled to find out what kind of calamities the mistake I made back then would bring to Langshire.
この100年間、影を支配することがますます難しくなっていったのは偶然ではない。
In the past in the past century, it has become increasingly difficult for us to control the shadows. This can't be a coincidence.
影の意志は遅かれ早かれ私の失敗の中で生まれたはず。ただそれがどこに身を隠したのか私には予測できなかった。
The wheel of shadow. It must have been born from my failure. Maybe it's only been around for a while. Or perhaps it's been among us this. Oh, fuck. Perhaps been among us since long ago. Fucking among us. The only problem was I couldn't figure out where it's been hiding.
だから失礼を承知で夢追い人の特殊性を利用して 占いに適した夢を作り、私の推測を検証することにした。
So, I took advantage of Entropy's special ability to craft a prophetic dream that helped confirm my hazy speculations. Huh? We have that ability? Let me think. Have we had that ability before? Maybe we did. I don't know. Does anyone know about this? I do not recall this. I can't remember.
考えてみれば、この手で世界にもたらした災いは一つだけではないようだ。
It appears I've brought more than one calamity upon this world.
今さらそれに気づくとは、あなたの人生は実に惨めなものだ。
You only just realize this now. Your life is sad indeed.
白球、素晴らしい占いですでに決まった結果を検証する。トローに関しては相変わらず粘り強いようだ。
Verifying what is meant to be a spectacular prophecy. You've always been this relentless about making an effort. Baiji, even when it's
知
futile.
っているはずだろ。私は形のない存在だ。身を寄せるところを束縛するだけでは何の役にも立たない。
You should know that I don't have any corporeal form. It's no use trying to bind my temporary abode.
ああ、確かに厄介だ。
You're right. This will only make things difficult.
ここは話をするところではない。諸君、まずは器具の術の隠れ家を離れてから、じっくりと話し合おう。
Gadget's hideout is hardly a place for conversation. We might want to leave first before discussing things further.
時間は差し迫っているが、石橋を渡る前に叩いた方がいい。
Time waits for no one, but we have to sharpen our axe before using it to chop wood.
核に関しては、ここに置いておくといい。
As for perception, we might as well leave it here.
わかりやすい嘘だ。
You're just lying to yourself.
張り切って出発。
Talk to perception.
くよ
私にはまだ話したいことがあるとあなたは気づいているようだ。
I guess you know it already. I have something else to tell you.
聞いてみるか？
Do you care to listen? Listen. Wait, why don't listen first? Interesting.
まず、あなたが何を予見したかはわからないが、今までのすべてと同じように。
First, I don't know what you have foreseen, but like everything that occurs,
あなたは私のことを深く誤解している。
I'm sure you don't understand what I'm about at all. Listen.
例えば、本当はあなたたちにこう提案したかった。
For example,
白球とじっくり話し合う前に、
before you discuss things further with Baiji, I'd advise you to.
風水的に合奏に適した場所を探すべきだった。
That's at least very thoughtful of her. Fuck you. Dig a grave first. Somewhere with good feng shui.
人は誰しも死ぬ。それはあなたたちにとって一番大事なことだ。
All humans must die. So, this should be your highest priority.
どうやらあなたは知識と教養がある人間のようだ。
You look well read and reasonable to me.
この世
Why,
で死
thank
から
you.
逃げられる者はいないとあなたは知っている。なぜなら世界の規則でそうなっているから。
You must understand that no being can ever evade the claws of death, for that is how the world works.
そして私が術たちに隠してきたのは規則を変えるチャンスだ。
What I've been keeping from the shoes is a chance to change that rule. Listen, don't want to know.
規則を変える最も簡単な方法はそれを根本から壊すこと。
The easiest way to change a rule is to destroy it from the bottom up. Pull it out of the root.
他の人間にとって それを成し遂げるのは至難の技かもしれないが。
For anyone else, that might be too difficult to achieve.
ちょうどいいことに、みんなの目の前にある老朽は、もともと崩れる運命にある。
But as fate would have it, Langshu, as you've witnessing now, is destined to be split asunder.
世界が私に何かを求めるたびに、その崩壊は少しずつ深さを増していく。
Whether a world wants something from me, its ruination will deepen even further. What are you truly after?
実を言うと、私がすることは一つだけ。それは最初から少しも変わっていない。
The fact is, there's only one thing that I need to do, and it has been the same from the beginning.
私はただ
Destroy everything? I only need to...
待つだけだ。
Wait, oh. Is that all you want to say?
ああ、そうだ。
Yes, that's all.
私はただ、あなたたちに伝えたかった。
I just want to tell you that
最初から、あなたたちには何の勝算もない。
you never stood a chance of winning.
というより、これこそが、あなたたちと行動を共にした大元の理由だ。
Actually, this was the main reason why I wanted to accompany you.
この点に関して、どうか誤解しないように。
I do hope you didn't have any disillusions about that.
何しろ、私は無限に待ち続けることができる。
After all, I can wait forever. But
あなたたちはいつか死ぬ。そうだろう。
you will die someday. Don't you agree? Well, you bitch. The device was placed here. Undoubtedly, compared to all its strange ramblings, hey, I ramble. The silence made you more aware of the imminent dangers of reality. Uh-huh.
みんなついてきて。
Leave the place where Ajit is sleeping. So Ajit is looking for the continent. Ah. As soon as the group left the hideout, which seemingly demanded silence, everyone started to talk more.
夢追い人、さっきのって一体何？角おばさんは急に悪人みたいな感じになったよね。あなたが目を開けた数秒間ですごいことがたくさん起きてた気がするんだけど。
Kinda. Entropy? What happened? Did Aunt Perception just become the bad guy? I feel like a whole bunch of important stuff took place between the few seconds you shut your eyes and opened them up again. Entropy briefly explained to Sana and the others what happened in the dream, from another battle against Lantern to the total destruction of Langshu, but she deliberately left out the part where Baiji tried to kill Songchue. Oh, wait, hold up. Okay, so, no. Okay, so then this would take place after we left the library the first time. Oh, that's what I'm. Okay.
それは私が病気になったっていうのはさておき、
Well, setting aside the part where I got sick,
チャンスが来たら角おばさんは小弱以外の術を全員殺すの？しかも老朽を滅ぼすって。
once the time is right, Aunt Perception's gonna kill all the shoes apart from Songchue, and she's gonna destroy all of Langshu.
残念ながら核はただの器具ではない。そう確認できた今、確かに核はそんな能力を持っていると言える。
Unfortunately, now that we know perception is more than a gadget, we have to face the truth, which is that it's entirely possible.
それじゃあ、アジタの剣も核の仕業だってこと？
Does that mean perception's also responsible for what happened to Agita? I don't think so. Yeah,
その可能性は低い。
that's not likely.
アジタは7術の中でもかなり特別な存在だ。今の状況では彼女
Yeah.
はもう老朽に興味がない。そうとしか言えないんだ。
Yeah, because she's more interested in the continent than Langshu itself. Ajita is unique among the seven shoes. In light of the current developments, one can only conclude that she's utterly disinterested in Langshu. That's all.
でもあの死体は
But the body,
七術の中で彼女だけが肉体を完全に捨てることができる。
among the seven shoes, only she is capable of completely discarding her mortal husk.
それはさておき、七術は最も洞察力のある一人を失った。その事実は変わらない。
Let's leave it aside for now. Whatever the case, we, the Seven Shoes, have lost our most insightful member. That much remains true.
その緊張しないでよ。師匠がいるし、悪いことをしようとしてる方だって簡単に拘束しただろ。
How do we do
きっ
this?
と万事順調、幸運が巡ってくるに決まってる。別に解決できないことはないだろ。
About that, you don't need to be nervous. With Master here, we'll be able to subdue perception without breaking a sweat before she can do anything evil. I'm sure everything will be fine. There's nothing we can't deal with, right?
言った方がいい？あなたの顔にこそ緊張っていう字が書かれてるんだけど。
You're talking big, but I can see nervousness written on your face. Do I even need to remind you of that?
もう恥をかくならそれでいいや。緊張するに決まってるよ。
Whatever. I might as well admit it. Of course I'm nervous.
よく考えてみて。何年も会ってなかったジタおばさんが倒れて、その次は夢追い人の気絶。挙句の果てには何が起きたかもわからないまま、目覚めた夢追い人は師匠と一緒に格好おばさんを敵として扱ってる。
Just think about it. After all, after so many years of not seeing her, I found Ajita laying there on the ground. And the next thing I knew, Entropy passed out. Before I could figure out what was going on, Entropy woke up and she and Master began arguing with Aunt Perception.
急にいろいろ変わりすぎて誰だって緊張するよ。そうだろ？
How could I not be nervous when I've got so much stuff being hurled at me?
コラリーは多分からかってないと思うよ。
I don't think Coralie was making fun of you.
そう？でもよく考えたら本当に恐ろしいね。
Come to think of it, it's really terrifying.
あんたたちはまだ少ししか一緒にいないけど、うちは奴と数十年も一緒にいて、ことあるごとにその意見に従ってきたんだよ。
All you did was travel together, but I've been partners with her for decades, and I've always listened to her advice.
そんなの頭上に包丁が浮いてるみたいなものだろ。考えただけで震えが止まらない。
It's no different from having a knife hanging over your head. The mere thought of it makes me tremble.
少女くん、まさか。
Sangshu, you?
すでに
Was she aware?
話をしているとは。
Has she been aware this whole time?
最初の当事者として事の経緯をもう一度整理する必要があると思う。
I know you've been filled in already, but as someone deeply involved in this from the very beginning, I believe it's necessary to walk you through everything that's happened once again.
すべては100年前に始まった。私はアジタの助言に従い、
Oh, okay, so Ajita was the one that
一
gave
つ
it.
の
Okay.
特殊なアストラルリングに閉じ込め、それによって英才を終わらせようとした。
Yeah, because he did say a friend gave him the Zodiac Astral Ring. Okay, so it was Ajita. Okay. It all began 100 years ago, when under Ajita's exhortations, I attempted to contain the 10 phases of misery within the special Astral Ring, in hopes to putting an end to the shadow calamities.
アストラルリングにそんな機能があるの？
Can the Astral Rings really do that?
アジタはそれを行動のアストラルリングと呼んでいた。
Hmm.
話によると、領域というものの中で 特別な地位にあるらしい。
I should have called it the Zodiac Astro Ring. It is said to play a special role in the so-called specializations.
しかし残念だが、あの時の私は気がせいて凡人の体で神の階段を登ろうとした。そのせいで宝物の良し悪しが理解できなかったのだ。
Alas, I wanted so badly to ascend to divinity as a mortal that I failed to see clearly that what that artifact was capable of.
私が罹患の術層を統合しようとした時、影から放たれた巨大なエネルギーによってアストラルリングは砕かれ7つになった。
Wait,
私たちが持っているアストラルリングによく似た偽物はそこから来ている。
but the astral rings we have, aren't they technically more legit? Since, they are from Senna, goddess Senna herself. Huh. And he's not asking where we got it from either. Okay. When I attempted to integrate the captured 10 Faces of Misery, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the shadows and shattered the astral ring into 7 pieces. The counterfeits we possess that resemble the astral rings are products of that incident.
ただ影の意志も誕生するとは100年前の私は考えもしなかった。
Back then, I failed to conceive the possibility that the Wheel of Shadow would be born as a result. I guess since he tried to ascend to divinity as a mortal, in sense, the divinity came out from the shadows.
言い換えれば当時の高密度エネルギーが律者のような存在を生み出したってこと？
They don't understand this term, Hideo. Why are you using it? But yes. In other words, a high density energy bolt gave rise to something akin to a Hersher.
罹患の術層を崩壊エネルギーの一つの具現に当てはめると、白球のやり方は崩壊エネルギーを
But yeah.
強引に集め、律者コアを生み出すことで状況をコントロールしようとした。
Exactly.
みたいな感じかな。
Exactly. If we compare the 10 phases of misery to the particular forms that Honkai energy assumes on Earth, then what Mr. Baishi attempted to forcefully then what Mr. Baji attempted was to forcefully gather the energy, aiming to seize control and condensing a Hersher core. Yeah, they're not gonna understand this.
じゃあ地球の経験だとは
That means, according to your experience on Earth,
残念ながら地球の経験だと、それは無知で怖いもの知らずって言葉でも表現できないような過激な行動。
sadly, according to our experience on Earth, what you did was so reckless that your ignorance is hardly enough to justify it.
というより、老朽がここまで存在できたのはまさに奇跡だと言える。
It's a miracle that Langchu is still around today.
過去の罪に関して言い逃れはしない。私は自ら罠に入り道を切り開く。この件はここで終わらせたりしない。
I must answer for my past crimes. I shall venture into her trap and break through the obstacles today. This will not end here.
師匠。
Master,
小弱。
Sanctuary,
私は
I...
いや、なんでもない。
No. No, it's nothing.
とにかく
Oh wait, we do know that. Whatever the case,
以前夢追い人が空中にある永久を見たとき、私は諸君を閉じ込めた。
by the time...
私の自分勝手な行動をどうか許してほしい。
By the time Entropy saw the shadow sphere above, I had already entangled all of you in my scheme. Please forgive my rashness.
謝る必要はないよ、白球さん。もし本当に夢の予言みたいに束縛された影が再び自由を手にしたら、老朽だけじゃなくて王家まで基盤を失ってしまうかもしれないし。
I should probably change that. Okay. No need to apologize. Mr. Baishi, if what was foretold in that dream comes true, then the imprisoned shadow regains its freedom, then there will be nothing left of Longshore. Even Oxia will be shaken to its core.
だから夢追い人もヘリアもコラリーも私も桜花にいる親切姉さんもね、力になれることがあったら何でもするから。
Yeah, Entropy, Helia, Corley, me, and even Chanchua and Oxia. We'll do whatever we can to help.
ちょっと、もちろん傍観するつもりはないけど、だからといってそんな口だけの約束をしないでくれる？
It goes without saying we'd never stand by and watch, but don't go around making ground promises on our behalf.
でもセナは律者に似た存在を引き続き調べることも、世界の泡の未来のために考えることも徹底的にしなくちゃいけないって知ってるからね。
Senna is only saying this because she knows we need to come up with a solution for this issue. We've got to investigate both the Herschels as well as the future of the bubble universe.
それに老朽の住人である小弱は私たちと一緒に行動してきた仲間だし、見て見ぬふりなんてできないよ。
Besides, Songcho is our friend. We've been through so much. She's a citizen of Longshore, and we're not gonna abandon her.
いやー、まさに苦難の時に本当の友達がわかるってやつだね、夢追い人。
Oh,
感動して
that's
涙が出て地面に全身を投げ出したくなっちゃったよ。
wait. Would she have informed her about the conversation? Ah, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Entropy, you're bringing me to tears.
そう言ってくれてありがとう。ただ、今はまだ諸君が行動を起こす必要はない。
Thank you for your help, but considering the current situation, there's no need for you to take action at this moment.
李官の術層の前に立ち、自身の才能で人々のために災いを払う。これは術の責務だ。だからこれからはまず他の術と対策を練る。
It is the unshakable duty of the shoes to eliminate the calamities facing the populace by utilizing our unique gifts based on the 10 faces of misery. Therefore, I will be consulting with the other shoes first.
確かにその方が効率的だね。白球さんたちが対策を考えた後に一緒に行動すればいいと思う。とにかく絶対に遠慮しないでね。
That makes sense. We can act together once Mr. Baiji and the other shoes have come up with a plan. Whatever the case, we will give it all we've got.
それなら一つ約束しよう。
In that case, I can make you a promise.
英才を永久に排除し、老朽と桜花を神職から解放する儀式。
Yeah, we know it exists, but for some reason, Songchuan needs to die? The ceremony that will eliminate the shadow calamities once and for all, thus cleansing Longshu and Oxia of the contamination. It does exist.
へえ。
Oh.
さすが師匠だ。自信満々だね。
Masa knows what he's saying. Yeah, but we know. Are we gonna talk to him
対
separately?
策。白球さんは
A
やっ
solution.
ぱり
Baiji, we need to think of...
夢追い人、何を考えて
Oh,
るの？
but she's aware of it too.
なんだか
Oh, sorry. I
目覚めてから
bashed
考
the
え
mic.
事ばかりしてるね。まさかまだあの夢の心配をしてるの？
What's on your mind, Entropy? You've looked out of sorts ever since you woke up. Is that dream of yours still troubling you? Yeah, I mean, in that dream, you kind of fated to die, or almost killed by Baiji. So, you know.
お
Oh,
夢のことを心配してるというより、その原理について考えてると言った方が正しいかな。
I'm not really worried about the dream. I'm just thinking about how it works.
そっか。正直に言うと、夢と現実は真逆なのに、まさか師匠があんたの夢を 状況を推測するためのサバンにするとは思わなかったな。
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. People used to say that dreams are the opposite of reality. I never imagined Master would use yours as a kind of sandbox for analyzing the situation.
角おばさん、考えれば考えるほど怖くなるよ。
Ah, the thing with art perception. The more I think about it, the more I find it unsettling.
でも安心して、師匠と術がいる限り全てはうまくいくって。最悪の場合、あんたにはうちがいるし。
But you needn't worry about anything. With Master and the other shoes around, all of our problems are gonna get resolved. If everything fails, you still have me.
ねえ、少女くん。
Sanctuary, you...
はいはい、またうちを甘く見るつもりだろ。
I know. You don't think I'm strong enough.
危険を前にしても暇を見つけて昼寝するような人間だってコラリーが言っただろ。だからうちと一緒なら世界の終わりがやってきても
Like Coralie said, I'm the sort of person who'd sneak in a nap while the world is ending. So as long as you're with me, even if the apocalypse is coming, you will still,
万事順調だね。
have luck on my side.
覚えるのが早いね。
You're a quick learner. Yeah.
お互い様。これも受け売りだよね。
It seems... Oh, okay. It seems that Songchu's optimism has rubbed off on you. Wait, what? Oh, wrong button. Huh?
あれ、親切姉さんだ。桜花と老朽の電波がまた繋がったの？
Huh? Chenchua? Is the signal between Oxia and Lungchu working again?
そういうわけじゃないみたい。白球側に何か特別な方法があるのかもしれない。
Not really. Maybe Baiji has some special trick to make it work.
確かに白球さんが箱の元の持ち主じゃなかったらこうして彼と特別な通信を確立できるだなんて想像すらできないよ。
Oh, the box of memory and times, right? That's true. If Miss Baiji wasn't the original owner of the box, I wouldn't be able to establish a special communication with him like this.
戦意起源。私たちがよく知ってるこの言葉に実は世界の泡として桜花が特殊だって事実が含まれてる。私たちには本物の終末のアンカーがあるけど私たちの世界自体が本当は人工的に作られたもの。
Era of relocation. This familiar concept hints at the speciality of Oxia as a bubble universe. Although we have an authentic anchor of apocalypse, our world itself was artificial. Era of relocation. Oh, this is because of the collapse. Because when Mars was being destroyed, they fled to the bubble universes. The bubble universe, which then split apart. Yeah.
そして老朽はその逆なんだ。
But Langchu is exactly the opposite. God, she's so fine.
どういうこと？
Huh? What?
これも私と白球さんが話した後に確認できたことだよ。
I only confirmed this after communicating with Mr. Baiji.
当時白球さんはアジタと手を組んで終末のアンカーの偽物を作った。そしてそれ自身の相互排他性を利用して本物の終末のアンカーを老朽のそばに追い出すことに成功したの。
Okay, so that's how they separated them both. Okay. He cooperated with Miss Agita to make a forgery of the anchor of Apocalypse, and utilizing the repulsion between two different anchors to push the real anchor of the Apocalypse outside of Langshu.
そうすれば老朽にある偽物はリトストに制御されて影の規則と深く結びつくことができる。そして桜花を切り開いた本物は老朽を外部から安定させるための最後の保険になるんだ。
That way, the forgery used by Langshu could be manipulated by Litost and fall into line with the shadow rules. Meanwhile, the real anchor that created Oxia could provide a final layer of protection from the outside. thereby ensuring Langshu's stability.
より正確に言うと、記憶と時間の箱を影の支配できない場所に保管したってこと。
More accurately, it meant to stash the box of memory and times in a place where the shadows cannot manipulate it.
ああ。そして今の結果から見れば、あらかじめその手を残していなかったら今頃私たちにはもう死に場所すらなかったはずだ。
And now, the grim reality indicates that we had not planned before, and we'd have died a tragic death by now.
現代技術で表現すると、あなたが体験したのは記憶と時間の箱というクラウドに保存された永久で集めたリアルタイムデータを脳みそ端末向けにコンパイルした演繹のサバンかな。
Entropy. In modern tech speak, your journey is the sandbox compiled by live data collected by the shadow sphere, using the box as the cloud, and your brain as the terminal, which is a precognitive dream. Okay, I see how it works. So she's basically the box, and the journey, as she's moving, she's collecting live data. So she's filling sand into the box, which is then collected by the shadow sphere, and using her as the cloud and her brain as the terminal, they can simulate the live data or what's gonna happen, which is a precognitive. Okay.
理論上は同じようにデータの海と複雑な関わりを持つセナちゃん。そして私にもそういう端末になる機会があった。
In theory,
箱はあなたを選んだの。
Senna, who has too complex ties to the sea of data, or even myself, could be terminals, but instead it chose you.
あれ、今偽物の終末のアンカーはリトストに制御されてって言ったよね。まさかそれって英単が誕生した時のこと？ドニブルが老朽を離れて探索できたのもそれが理由だったりして。
That would explain it, yeah. Huh? Chantry just mentioned Litos can control the fake anchor of Apocalypse. Could this be what happened when the Pool of Shadows came into being? So, Donigu's ability to leave Langchu and explore freely is also linked to this?
いい推測だ。リトストとのつながりは確かにドニグルが自由に老朽と謳歌を行き来できる根本的な理由だよ。というより
You're onto something. It's the link to Litos is why it can freely traverse Langchu and Oxia, or rather... Yes. What?
師匠？
Master?
大丈夫。まだそこまで進行していないから。
Fret not. I'm not yet at death's door.
ただ、他の術との話し合いは
Finish the freaking sentence. Ah.
ならないようだ。
However, we must make haste to reach out the other shoes.
じゃあうちも手伝った方がいい？
Master, how can I help?
そうそう、私たちも一緒に行こうか？
Alright, count us in.
いや、
No need.
これは巨岩のやり方に関わることだ。
This matter pertains to the techniques of falsehood.
でも
But
慌てる必要はない。司書君には大事な仕事が残っている。
fear not, each of you has other fish to fry.
その通り。私たちは終末のアンカーのとある可能性を確かめないと。それと
Precisely, we must verify certain potentials concerning the anchor of the apocalypse. Also,
私が離れている間、どうか小弱といろいろ話をしてほしい。
please keep Songchue company while I'm away.
白球さんは小弱を連れて行かないの？
You're not taking Songchue with you?
その必要はない。核が裏切った後、彼女は代わりに権能を行使できる媒介を失っている。
That won't be necessary. After Perception's betrayal, she lost a conduit to wield authority.
そして一方で老朽を永久に閉鎖する可能性を考えれば、
On the other hand, considering we may need to close off Longshu off permanently,
そうした方がもっと認知があるかと。
this would be more humane. Oh, so he plans on sending her off. Okay.
それではまた後で。
Farewell for now, everyone.
「夢追い人、今は特に具合が悪いところなんてないよね。
Entropy, are you feeling alright now?
夢の中の私みたいに無理して病気になっちゃったら良くないよ。
Don't try to act tough and end up getting sick like I did in your dream, okay?
特にないけど、私はむしろみんなの中では唯一アストラルリングを直接使ってないから。
Well, actually, I'm feeling good. The only one who hasn't tinkered with the astral ring is me, after all.
それに予知や占いの能力なんだけど、
If it's about the so-called foresight or divination ability,
この件が白球さんにとってどれくらい重要かを考えると、そんな能力が無条件で使えるなら、多分今の私たちはまだ別の夢の中にいて、試行錯誤を続けてるんじゃない？
fair point. If it could be used unconditionally, given how crucial this is for Mr. Baiji, maybe we're still stuck in another dream. It's all just trial and error.
夢と現実、このまま分析し続けてもキリがないし、英語回帰も考えてしまうことになる。
Analyzing dreamland and reality like this could go on forever, even bringing about the so-called timeless return.
でも、あなたが知らないうちにその潜在能力をアクティブ化する。それがあなたが白球を恐れてる理由なの。
But activating the hidden power within you without your say-so. Is that why Baiji triggers a sense of fear in you?
恐れてる？
Fear? At the moment of doubt, Entropy glanced at Songsho, who's nearby.
恐怖、尊敬、少しの哀れみもあるみたい。正直に言うと、ヘリアみたいな鈍感な人でも気づいたくらいだから、私の気のせいじゃないと思う。
Yes, fear, respect, and maybe even a hint of pity. Honestly, someone as slow as Helio could notice, so it's definitely not just me.
まあいい。本題に入ろう。夢追い人、あんたはさっき私たちに夢の中の出来事を話したでしょ。その時、白球さんに関することを
Okay,
隠し
so
たんじゃないかなって。
they are perceptive.
私たち
Well,
はそう思ってる。
I'm not surprised that they're perceptive of that. Anyway, let's focus on the matter of hand. Entropy, you seem to think that you were recounting your dreams to us. We all seem to think that you were recounting your dream to us. You hid something related to Mr. Baiji.
あなたが話した未来を考慮すれば、そんな些細なことにも並外れた手がかりが隠されてるかもしれない。
Yeah, given the future you just mentioned, there might be some significant clues hidden in those details.
みんなに隠し事をするにはまだまだ勉強しないといけないみたいだね。
If you think you can keep secrets from us, you've got a lot more training to do.
それは。
That's subconsciously you scanned your surroundings, checking for any other issues nearby. When you spotted Songshui not far away, you gazed at her for quite a while to make sure she wasn't eavesdropping on this conversation, on this exchange. But you quickly realized that it might be completely futile.
まあいいや。 私たちの考えを知りたい術がいたとしても、老朽ではわざわざ目の前に現れる必要なんてないのかもしれないし。
In Langture, if a shoe wants to eavesdrop on our thoughts, they don't necessarily need to be within earshot.
へえ、やっぱり彼らはあなたの夢の中で変なことをしたんだ。
Oh, so it's because of something weird they did in your dream.
変かな。確かに変だね。
Weird, you say? Yeah, it was definitely
で
weird.
も隠し事をしたのは別に彼らに何かを知られることを心配してるわけじゃない。
Did you just walk back? Did someone walk into? But I didn't hold back because I feared what they might uncover.
彼らは最初から知ってるから。
It's because they already knew,
やっぱり。
as expected.
それは曖昧すぎるんじゃない？
Yeah, because the
一体
sanctuary
何の
knew.
話？
That's pretty vague, isn't it? What do you mean?
せかさないで。少し言葉を整理するから。
Hold on, let me gather my thoughts.
なんて言えばいいのかな。夢の中で私はある殺人現場を目撃したんだけど、
In the dream, I'd witnessed a murder. Yet,
それは犯人も被害者も了承の上でのことだったの。
it was so obvious that even the killer and the victim were fully aware of it.
了承の上？まさか殺されることを選ぶ人の夢を見たの？
Fully aware? Wait, did you dream about someone willingly accepting their own murder?
そう、術にとってそれが唯一の手段かどうかはわからないけど、
Exactly. Although I can't say, for a shoe, if that's the only method. After a moment, you glance over the sanctuary once again. Then you breeze through the dream's neglected details, keeping it concise, to the point.
待って、それって白球さんが。
Wait, you mean Mr. Baiji?
確かにそれは表に出すべき情報じゃないね。
Yeah, it's not the kind of information you bring up in a casual conversation.
でもつまりある意味で
But this implies that.
少女には犠牲者にならざるを得ない可能性が存在してるってこと。
Well, Miss Songcho might still be on the chopping board.
道理で白球さんに陰謀を見抜かれても、角おばさんは少しも焦ってなかったんだね。
No wonder Aunt Perception was still chilled even after Mr. Baiji saw through their plot.
リトストが死んだ後、世界を再び分離させる儀式なんてそもそも存在してなかった。術たちの切り札はただの殺人だった。
With Litos gone, there's no ceremony to reshape the world. Just a pre-planned murder. Seriously?
どうやら現実にいる核はまだその切り札の存在を知らないみたい。だから余計に何も恐れないような態度を見せたのかも。
Seems like Perception in the real world isn't aware of this trump card, which made her even more confident. No, I think it would still work, because then why would she go and kill Donahue? So I think it would still work.
とにかく文字通りの意味のタイムトラベルじゃないけど、私たちは世界を変える蝶々になったみたいだね。
Anyway, while it's not your typical time travel journey, we become the butterflies that could alter the world.
世界を変える蝶々？待ってコラリ、それって私たちにはまだ何かができるってこと？
Alter the world? Hold up, Coralie, are you saying there's still something we can do to change this?
それはどうかな。一番楽観的に考えれば、事前に核を押さえつけられれば、術たちはもっと穏やかな方法で老朽の危機を解決できるのかもしれない。
Maybe not. Best case scenario, after suppressing perception beforehand, the shoes might find a better solution for Langshu's crisis.
もし彼らには何もできないとしたら？
But what if they still change? What if they still can't change anything?
ありふれた話だけど、誰もが聞いたことがある倫理的ジレンマだよ。さっき夢追い人が話したように、双方了承の上での殺人。そんなの
私たちでも7術でも完璧な選択なんてできるはずがない。
That would be the most classical moral dilemma. Like Entropy just summed up. An obvious murder. There's no win-win choice for either us or the Seven Shoes.
実際の状況を見れば、それこそが一番可能性が高いと思う。
Let's face it, this is our most likely shot at success.
みんなにも分かってほしい。白球さんも小弱も、彼らはもうその前提の上で100年以上も生きてきた。
You all need to understand something. Whether it's Baiji or Songchue, they've all been living with this assumption for centuries.
確かに親切姉さんの言う通りだね。もしいい方法があるとしたら、この100年の間で老朽にいる誰かがとっくに思いついてるはずだもん。
True. If there was an easy fix, it would have been figured out long ago, over the past century, right?
もし来たばかりの私たちが代わりに最善の選択をしたら、彼らが向き合ってたことはそもそも危機とは言えないんじゃないかな。
If we newcomers can solve it all with a snap of our fingers, does it truly qualify as a crisis? If that's the case, then what's all the point of the efforts and struggle? Cold, but true. Even the ever-optimistic one had to admit the weight of history was too suffocating.
でもつまりそれって夢追い人が未来を予知してたとしても私たちは何もできないの？
But does it mean that even if entropy sees the future, there's nothing we can do about it?
もし小弱が術に殺されることが全てを解決する鍵だとしたら、今の私たちは結局彼女が計画通りに殺されることしか勝ち取れないんじゃない？
It's so freaking hard. Jesus. Okay. If Songchoi getting killed by Shu is the ticket to fixing everything, then all we've achieved is just a neatly scheduled murder.
そうとも限らないよ。
Is that such a bad thing?
さっきはあんな風に言ったけど、別にみんなに諦めてほしいわけじゃない。どうしようもないことだとしても、今はまだそうかもしれないだけ。
I didn't say that we should give up. Even if it seems hopeless, right now, it's just a potentially hopeless scenario.
たまにあなたがバカかどうかわからない時があるよ。
Sometimes. I wonder if you're being stupid or not.
あなたはいつも他人よりも早く理屈を理解できるのに、理屈通りには動こうとしない気がする。
You get the bigger picture faster than most, yet you are never ready to play by its rules.
理屈通りに行動してたら、人生に何の意味があるの？
Life's not worth living if we always play by the rulebook, is it?
いや、別に反対するつもりはない。
No, I'm not gonna argue with that.
でもそう考えると
But thinking about it,
私たちの知ってる小弱って本当に自分を犠牲にするような人だっけ？
is the Songcha we know really the type to sacrifice herself?
その中に何か事情があったりしない？
Could there be more to this than meets the eye?
どんな事情があったとしても、まだ挽回の余地があるなら、100年もの間、何も変わらないはずがない。
Even with hidden truths, if there was a way out, things would have changed in a century.
別の視点から考えると、ここに来たばかりのよそ者に指図されて運命が決まるくらいなら、そもそもこの世界に存在価値があるとは思えない。
Uh-huh. And looking at it from another angle, if we outsiders can call the shots, then maybe this world isn't worth much after all. Yeah, because they would certainly have no soul value.
じゃあこんなにわかりやすいトロッコ問題を前にして私たちに何ができるの？
So, what now? Faced with such a problem, what can we do about it?
あなたにとって別にそれほど難しくないでしょ。
For you, it's simple.
天命のバルキリーの作戦規則から引用すると、大多数の人々の味方をすべき。
Just
簡
stick
単な判断だけど、
just
違うの？
just stick with the Shixel factory code and side with the majority. Easy, right?
もちろん、ネゲントロピーで受けた教育によると、何を選んでも、私たちは当事者と同じように、
その重みを感じないといけない。
But, of course, based on my anti-entropy training, whatever we choose, we must bear the burden, as the majority do.
世界に副次的な悪は存在しない。一つの個体の死は、一つの世界の死を象徴する。私は算数を教えるけど、それは道徳と不可逆的な悪行を図ることはできない。
There is no lesser evil in the world. Each death symbolizes the end of an entire world. Maths might help, but it can't measure morals or irreversible wrongs.
それはそうだけど、たったの一日で本当に良善の策をひらめくとは思えない。
But, even so, I doubt that we can come up with a win-win solution for everyone in just one day.
良善じゃなくても別に関係ないでしょ。
Not having it all isn't such a big deal, is it?
この世には様々な等価交換の方法がある。私たちはただ人に罪を背負ってほしくないだけ。そうでしょ？
There are so many ways to make good trade-offs, and we don't want people to carry out all the guilt, right?
へえ、あなたの言いたいことが理解できたよ。
Ah, I see where you're heading.
きっと、老朽を捨てる可能性を考えてるんだよね。
She's probably considering abandoning Langchu.
それってパニック映画でよく見る人々を連れて呪われた地を出るみたいな？
Like those doomsday movies where people are led away from the cursed lands. Yeah.
やっぱり違う世界のフィクションだけど、本質的には似てるんだね。
Fantasies from a different world. Same basic logic.
ただ、白球も週末のアンカーのことを何年も研究してたし、私たちに他のアドバンテージがあったりする？例えば、データ研究所が積み重ねてきた技術とか？
Still, Baishi's been delving into the Anchor of Apocalypse for 4 years. Do we have any advantages? Maybe tech from the Data Research Institute.
それはもちろんやってみなきゃわからないでしょ。
There's only one way to find out, huh?
よかった。何はともあれ、手も足も出ないよりはずっと安心だね。
Awesome. Beats twiddling our thumbs at least.
でも、より大きなトラブルに直面する可能性もある。例えば、私たちも知らない他の要因があって、また術に敵意を向けられるとか。
But it might stir up more trouble, like tick off the shoes, even more, for reasons we can't fathom.
そんなの別に構わないんじゃない？夢追い人曰く、私たちは夢の中で彼らに勝ったんでしょ？
Who cares? Entropy said we beat them in the dream once, right?
それはあまり本気にしない方がいいと思う。
Let's not bet the farm on that.
シェナ、どうなるかわからないから絶対に現実であんな風にしちゃダメだよ。白球さんが治療してくれるっていう保証はないし、それは根本的な治療法とも言えない。
Sana, don't even think about trying that in real life. We don't know if Baji can fix you. That's just a band-aid, not a cure.
みんなのプレッシャーを少し減らそうと思ったんだけど、ごめんね。
I just wanted to ease the tension. Sorry.
大丈夫。まだ私がいるでしょ。少なくとも自分の交渉能力には自信があるんだけどな。
It's okay, you still have me. I'm pretty confident in my diplomacy skills.
確かに。あなたは爪を隠す政治的動物だ。
Very smooth. For sure. You're definitely a smooth operator when it comes to politics.
その表現は大げさだよ。せいぜい普通のお隣のお姉さんだよ。
Uh-huh. Oh, come on. That's just an exaggerated detail. I'm just your average girl next door, right? Doubt. Major doubt.
さて、冗談はここまでにして。私たちが直面している問題は相当難しいものだよ。
Enough joking around. The task ahead is no walk in the park.
ゴラリ、ヘリア、それとセナちゃん、可能性の検証をするために何とかして住人を一人週末のアンカーに連れて行って。そして夢追い人は
Coralie, Helia, and Senna. You need to figure out how to get a local to the Anchor Apocalypse to verify the feasibility of the plan. While Entropy,
あなたにはもっと重要な仕事があるの。白球さんも言ってたけど、
you have more important work to do. Mr. Baiji mentioned it before.
おや、賑やかだね。何の話をしてるの？
Wow, what's all this chat about? Got something fun planned?
うちも特に用事はないし、暇だからあっちに行ってみない？
We have nothing better to do. Might as well tag along, right? Songche sudden query threw off Chengshu's planning. It was like everything discussed before, from her expression to her tone, had vanished. There wasn't a hint of ready to die in her at all.
小弱、私たちは。
Sangshui, we...
あ、ごめんね。私たち3人は一度桜花に戻らなきゃいけないの。親切姉さんから大事な用事で呼ばれたから。
sorry. We have to dash back to Oxia for a super crucial... Something super crucial. Jesus. Chengshu's got an urgent task for us.
急に聞こえるかもしれないけど、彼女たちに手伝ってほしいことがあるのは本当なんだ。
I know that sounds rather sudden, but I really need them for something.
大事な用事？怪しい。夢追い人は一緒に行かないの？
If it's an urgent task, suspicious, why not bring Entropy along?
あ、実は私も。
Actually, She gave Coralie a hinting glance.
呼ばれてない。理由はよく知らないけど、喧嘩でもしたんじゃないかな。
that's not like... it's nothing. Maybe we are having some spat or whatever.
そういうわけじゃないよ。課題を終わらせなかったことに対してのちょっ
Not
としたお仕置き。
not a biggie, just a little penalty for her unfinished homework.
ほら、親切もそう言ってるし、課題を終わらせることの方が重要な仕事でしょ。
Yeah, Chenshu did say, finish your homework. That's the real priority. By repeating Chenshu's seemingly casual marks, Coralie dropped a hint in the way the others couldn't quite grasp.
待って、まさか。
Wait,
みんなは私に。
are these guys trying to get me too?
心配しないで。別に戻ってこないわけじゃない。
Don't worry, we won't be gone forever.
へえ。それは時間に注意しないとだね。万が一儀式に間に合わなかったら大変なことになるよ。
Okay, better watch the time. We can't afford to miss the ceremony.
安心して。絶対にまた会えるから。
No worries, you'll see us soon enough.
善は急げ。早速出発しない？
Well, there's no time like the present. Shall they start right now? Okay. Under the tension of concealment, their departure appeared somewhat rushed.
本当に急ぎの用事みたいだね。いつもより早く歩いてる。
Looks like it's really urgent. They're walking much faster than usual. Ugh.
じゃあ、うちらも行こうか。
So, why don't we head off too? Huh?
まあまあ、そんな真面目なことじゃないよ。琥珀街の方が騒がしいって聞いたから、何か面白いことが待ってるんじゃないかなって思って。
Oh, it's nothing serious. I just heard something stirring in Amber Street. There might be something exciting for us, waiting for us.
面白いことがなかったとしても、うちはまだ琥珀街をちゃんと案内してないだろ。あんたの課題とやらはこっちの風土とも関係があるんじゃない？
Even if there isn't...
同じ話だよね。
Even if there isn't, now that I think about it, I haven't shown you around Amber Street properly yet. And your homework seems related to our culture, right? Or am I mistaken?
うん、そんなところかな。でも、
Huh? Oh, yeah, kinda, but...
それもそうだよね。今までの出来事は私の夢だったし。
Right, those experiences before were just dreams after all.
でも親切姉さんたちが私をここに残したのは
But
一体
Chenshue, what's the plan about leaving me here like this?
機会があったら小弱と直接話してみるのもいいかも。
If the chance arises, maybe I can have a frank chat with Songshu. Why did I read it as flank? Holy, Frank.
違う。そういう行動は軽率にやっても何の役にも立たない。
Wait, suddenly jumping into this emotional talk might not be that helpful. Thinking about the experiences in the dream, you decide to hold on for a while. After all, in the voluntary death scenario, the girl showed you how she preferred to spend her final moments. Forcing open someone's heart only seemed to shatter their calmness rather than achieving anything, even if it's merely a facade.
夢追い人。あんたなんか遠慮してな
Entropy, are you concerned about something?
してないよ。
Oh, not at all.
実はちょうどここのことをもっと知りたいと思ってたんだ。そうだ。まずは
You
有名
don't
な
know
老
about
朽の
these.
銃の楽しみから始めようか。
You don't know about these terms. Actually, I'm just curious about this place. How about we start by checking out the famous 10 Joys of Langchu?
おや2だね。わかった。今日は一つ残さず案内してあげるよ。
Wow, you got good taste. Alright, today I'll give you a grand tour. Oh, another date.
待って。
Wait,
うち
did I mention
老朽の
10?
銃の楽しみの話をしたかな
Uh-huh. On a night date.
これは琥珀街でこんな光景を見るのはいつぶりだろう。
It's been ages since Amber Street saw this kind of hustle.
いや、そもそも老朽が切り分けられた時から琥珀街でこんな大掛かりなものを見たことなんてないよ。
Actually, since Langchu split off, Amber Street has never seen anything like this, I bet.
俺は
Is that...
夢の中より随分と動きが速い。
His moves up way quicker here than in the dream.
老朽の住人にとって7術全員が目を覚ましたことは祝うべき大きな
She is so bad at this. It seems like the residents of Langchu, the Seven Shoes waking up really is a big deal.
でもうちは一人にしか教えなかったのにどうしてこんな。
But I only told one person about it. How did it spread everywhere?
手柄を横取りしてご褒美を手に入れようとする人がいるんだね。
Ah,
わかりやすい川山用だ。
looks like someone's trying to take away the credit. Their cunning scent has reached me from miles away.
どういうことか聞いてみる？
Shall we go ask what's going on?
まあ別に口出しする必要はないんじゃない？他の術にとってご機嫌取りは効かないだろうけど、うちはむしろ気に入ったよ。
Well, I'd like to play it close to my chest. While it might seem ludicrous flattery to the other shoes, it's just what I needed.
初めて会った時にも言ったと思うけど、うちは生活感のあるところが好きなんだ。
I told you when we first met that I like a bit of hustle and bustle.
あんたを連れて歩き回るつもりでいたし、この方がもっと賑やかだろ？でも、
However, I was just about to take you around, and so it'd be even better. However,
着替えてる時間はないけど、できるだけバレたくないかな。特にあいつは会っただけで大騒ぎになりそうだし。
it's a bit late to change outfits. But let's try not to gather any attention to ourselves, especially from that guy who even a glance from him would stir up a fuss.
でもずっと同じ町で暮らしてたし難しいんじゃないかな。
But being locals, it'll be tough to avoid, right?
その通り。難しいからこそやってみるんだ。
True. It's precisely because it's tough that I want to give it a shot. Ugh.
言ったら笑われるかもしれないけど、小さい頃は有名人になりたかったんだ。だって有名になったら街中を歩き回る時に威張れるし、
お金を稼ぐのも早い。
No shame in admitting it, but I used to dream of fame when I was a kid. You know, stuttering around town, raking in the cash, and living the high life.
でも本当に有名になったら、やっぱり賑やかな場所が好きだって気づいたんだ。あ、みんなが周りをうろうろするような賑やかさじゃないよ。
But once I actually got a taste for it, I realized I prefer places with a bit more hustle and bustle, not the kind where everyone's fawning at you. At this point, the cheerful girl took 2 steps forward and pointing at the bustling crowd.
それもうちが学んだことなんだ。
That's my point anyway.
夢追い人、ここを歩いてる人たちのことはわからないよね。
Look at all those people in the streets. Entropy, do you recognize any of them?
確かに。
Right.
そういうこと。平凡な日々こそが心を癒してくれる。こんな素敵な場所はこうしてないと楽しめないよ。
That's the thing. There's no place like a bustling streets to warm your heart. You need to be here to feel it.
そういうこともあるだろ。名声を手にしたら平凡な日々を失ってしまうってね。
Sometimes it's just like that. When you become all famous, you get cut off from the hubbub of real life.
じゃあ何かフォローした方がいいかな。仮面を探してくるとか。
So, should I get you a mask or something to cover up your face?
そんなの不自然すぎるよ。安心して。うちも伊達に世間を渡り歩いてきたわけじゃないから、存在感を消すコツは心得てる。
Nah, that'd be
人
too
前に
obvious.
立たない限り、そう簡単には気づかれないんだ。
Nah, that'd be too obvious. Don't worry, I've learned a few tricks to help me blend in from my experience. If I keep a low profile, they won't catch on.
いい
Oh,
な
how nice. Oh god. Jesus, this freaking humility. It is nice, Lambert Street at nights. Wait, this theme. Isn't this theme from the 7.3 trailer?
この時代になっても
But I
こ
thought
ういう
people
曲
still
芸をする人がい
play
るんだ。
these tricks
腕
nowadays.
がなまっちゃったのが残念だよ。昔だったらうちの腕前を見せてあげられたのに。あ、違う違う、そんなことをしたらバレちゃうね。
Ooh. She could do these tricks, but she's out of practice.
おかしい。普段はこんなに人気じゃないのに、まさか桜でも雇ったんじゃないよね。へえ。
Oh. Doggo.
うちの記憶力ったら。夢追い人、早くこっちに来て。一緒に選ぼう。
Oh. Soundtrack.
いやー、気がついたら自分が楽しんでたなんて、うちってダメだね。
My
お
apologies.
客さんのあんたをもてなすのが先なのに。
My apologies. I got a little carried away. I should have entertained you first. You're the guest today.
さ、好きなものを選んで。
Come
ど
on,
うせ
come on. Pick something you like after all.
せっかく老朽に来たんだから、手ぶらで帰らせるわけにはいかないよ。さあさあ、遠慮しないで。
You've come all the way to Langchu. I can't let you leave empty-handed, so no need to be shy.
夢追い人？本当に大丈夫？あの
Entropy,
夢を見てから、あんたはずっと心ここにあらずって感じだけど。
Entropy, you sure you're okay? You've looked a little bit lost ever since having that dream.
ごめん。この目で老朽の破滅を見たから、今でも少し怖いのかも。
I'm sorry. Witnessing the whole destruction of Langchu firsthand, I guess I'm still a bit shaken. In situations like this, anyone would feel a bit off. From the divination when Songshi felt her life was ending, she chose to take one last stroll down Amber Street. As the situation remained stagnant, the real-life Songshi still clung to this method as her final great glance. And even though you understood her feelings from the dream, upon returning to reality, you still had to pretend to be completely unaware, unable to do anything for her.
夢の中よりももっと心を込めてそばにいて後悔のないようにすることはできるけど、そんなの何の意味があるの？
At least we can be wholeheartedly with her, striving to leave no regrets. But what's the point?
今の私には老朽の運命に干渉する能力もなければ誰かを天秤の上に置く資格もない。
Given the circumstances, I don't have the power to alter Langchu's fate, or the right to judge anyone's
で
worth.
もただの傍観者としているのなら
But if I'm just here watching, someone once had this thought about time. In fact, all time has already been spent, with life merely reflecting an irreversible process that gradually fades away. And this bustling street mirrored this notion of an inevitable demise.
親切姉さんたちに何かできないかな。
I hope Chenshu and the others can achieve something at least.
そういえば
Speaking of which,
今までいろんな出来事に対応してきたけど、よく考えたら老朽は私にとってまだそんなに知らない異教なんだよね。
having dealt with one crisis after another, Langchu still feels like an unfamiliar territory to me.
なんて言えばいいのかな。こんなに賑やかな景色を見てると少し目が回っちゃう。
How should I describe it? This lively scene leaves me with feeling somewhat overwhelmed.
うちがいるだろ。今日のうちは珍しく気前がいいからね。欲しいものがあったら遠慮はいらないよ。
Well, you still have me. Do you want anything? I'm feeling quite generous today, so don't hold back.
ああ、わかった。
Ah, I understand.
まだ師匠の話を考えてるんだよね。二度と会えないかもしれないっていう話。
Master's words are still lingering in your mind, huh? You are worried that we won't see each other again.
そんなところかな。何かを選ぼうって言われてもすぐには決められないよ。
Yeah, maybe. Even though you offered to buy me nice things, I'm still struggling to decide.
それもそうだね。
I see.
好きなだけ買ってあげることもできるけど、選別の贈り物になる可能性がある以上、多かったら逆に特別感がないよね。じゃあ、ここで決められないなら、まずどこに行ってみたい？
Sure, you can buy whatever you like, but as a farewell gift, buying too many things might ruin the charm. So, if we can't decide here, how about we explore together?
やっぱり小弱が決めて。あなたの好きな場所を見て回った方がより良い旅行ガイドになるんじゃないかな。
Perhaps you should call the shots. Sanctuary, exploring what you like might make for a better travel guide, don't you think?
それはダメだろ。客に付き合ってもらうわけにはいかないよ。
Huh? That won't do. You're the guest after all.
遠慮はいらないって小弱もそう言ったでしょ。
But as you said yourself, there's no need to be shy.
私自身の希望ならセナたちが戻ってきてからでもいいと思うよ。その時にはもう考えがまとまってるかもしれないし。
As for my own thoughts, maybe I'll decide after Senna and the others return. I might have made up my mind by then.
それでもいいけど。
Sounds fine by me.
じゃあとりあえずそうしようか。師匠がまだ戻ってこないうちにいろいろ見て回ろう。
Alright, let's go with that then. Let's make the most of exploring while Master is still away.
きっとすぐに戻ることはないだろうし、まずは目の前のことを楽しもう。
He shouldn't be back anytime soon, so let's explore as many things as we can. To
さ
this.
てと、次はどこ
Where
に
should
行こうかな。
we go?
人生は食べる、飲む、遊ぶ、楽しむものだから、一つずつ挑戦していこうか。いやー、よく考えたら少し意気込みに欠けるかな。
Like a lazy bone. Okay.
やっぱり名器の揚げ菓子か。味に関しては本当に一途だね。
Donigu.
ドニグル？
お前たち割り込むな。しし。
You two, back off. Don't cut in line.
こうなるとは思わなかったよ。
I wasn't expecting this.
お菓子を食べるだけなのにそんなに驚くか？
It's just a snack. What's there to make a fuss about?
でもここで
But right here?
そりゃそうだろう。無駄話ばかりだな。
What else? Cut the nonsense. Wait. Why are they here? Oh, right, they're looking for someone.
あれ、セナたち？
It's Sana and the others.
ごめん、ここはうるさいからちょっと離れたところで受信するね。
Sorry, I need a quieter spot to answer a call. It's too noisy here.
受信？ああ、オーカからの？
A call? Oh, from Oxia. Yeah.
わかった。一人で並ぶから、ちょうどあんたに適当に見て回ってもらおうかと思ってたんだ。
Alright, I was just saying you should go walk around. I'll stay here lining up myself.
すぐに戻ってくるから大丈夫だよ。小弱と一緒にいるのも別に悪くないし。
There's no need for that. I'll be back soon. I'll keep you company. I like keeping
もう
you
遠
company.
慮しないでよ。早く行って。
Come on, you don't have to. Go do your thing.
うん。
Ah, okay.
おーい、夢追い人。
Hey, Entropy.
じゃあね。
またね。
See you later. That is suspicious. That's
う
time.
ん、どこに行く？
はあ、結局ついてきてくれる人は一人もいないね。
So no takers.
7術全員が目を覚ましたのって彼らにとっては本当に大きな出来事なんだね。
The seven shoes waking up is really a big deal for
オ
them.
ラリー、比較的損は少ないけど、実際ここを故郷だと思ってる人にとって人は守れても場所を失うのは簡単に受け入れられない提案だと思うよ。
Correlly, could it be that despite being a smaller loss in comparison, for those who call this place home, saving people but losing land isn't a very easy pill to
仕方
swallow?
ない。ここでの恐怖の特殊性を考えると、私たちは捉えどころがない噂で交渉するしかない。
There's no other option. Given the unique nature of fear here, we can only negotiate based on hearsay instead of directly.
夢追い人？どうしてここにいるの？
Entropy, why are you here?
同じことを聞こうと思ってた。
I could ask you the same thing.
なんて言えばいいかな。
Well, it
夢
seems
の
like
中の状況と大して変わらないみたい。
there's no difference from the dream. Huh?
なるほど。小弱と一緒にあちこち見て回って、隙を見つけてこっそりこっちに来たんだね。
Oh, so you
私た
were...
ちも老朽にいるほとんどの人がここに集まってるとは思わなかったよ。
Oh, so you were out here with Sangche and just slipped away. We didn't expect almost everyone from Langchio to be gathered here.
つまりセナたちはここで人を探してるってこと？
So, are you here to recruit volunteers?
でも見ての通り、まだ何の進展もない。
But, as you can see, no progress so far.
それと、親切曰く、住人たちを移す方法を実現できたとしても、桜花市民に与えうる影響を考えると、
データ研究所はすぐには動けないんだって。
Also, according to Chenshue, even if relocating residents is feasible, the Data Research Institute can't rush it. They have to they have to consider the impact on Oxia's civic ecology.
何せ影の荒波の中で桜花がどう生き残るとか、今後影の権能が桜花を侵食しないようにする方法とか、どちらもすぐには解決案を出せない状況だから。
After all, ensuring Oxia's survival amidst the Shadow turmoil and preventing the Shadow Authority from further infiltrating are both pressing issues with no immediate solutions.
それに、老朽の住人はそう多くないけど、桜花に彼らが暮らす場所を作るなら、競技場くらいの大きさでも決して簡単なことじゃない。
Also, while Langshu's population isn't large, finding a suitable area in Oxia for them to live in, even if it's just a sports stadium, is no simple feat.
確かに現実的な問題だらけだね。
Indeed, those are very real problems.
でも個人的な考えだけど、七術がいなかったら、老朽のみんなの努力がなかったら、今の桜花はそもそも存在してないと思う。
However, from a personal perspective, if it weren't for the Seven Shoes, no, if it weren't for the contributions of the people of Langshu, Oxio probably wouldn't even exist today.
どんなに倒しても悪魔は異なる時代に異なる形で再び現れる。私たちの目の前にあるのは定めのない未来のみ。未来のことはまた未来で話そう。
However we defeat them, demons will resurface in new forms in different times. Before us, there's only an uncertain future, which we will tackle when the time comes.
ユーン先生は昔そんな話をしてた。
We still have yet to meet her. Professor Yuyun once said this to us.
なんだかそれって、ただある仕事を引き延ばそうとしてるように聞こえるけど。
It sounds like she was avoiding some task back then.
要点はそこじゃないと思うよ。
That's not the focus, right?
確かに。あまり本題からそれない方がいい。
You're right, let's stick to the point.
夢追い人、さっき親切姉さんと話したんだけど、
Entropy, we were just chatting with Chenshue.
小弱はどう見ても自分が犠牲になることを選ぶような人じゃないの。
Chenshue doesn't strike us like the type to sacrifice herself, no matter how you look at it.
でもあなたがあんな未来を夢で見たということは、老朽の真相には私たちがまだ明らかにできていない部分があるはずだよ。
But if you dreamed of that future, then there must be some truths about Langshu we haven't discovered yet.
それって本当の彼女は私たちが知ってる彼女と全然違うかもしれないってこと？
Are you suggesting that her real might be that Are you suggesting the real her might be entirely different from what we know?
話せない事情があるっていう可能性も否めない。それに術が常識を超えた人たちばかりだとしても。
Or it's some hard to face secret, even though the shoes are extraordinary beings beyond common sense.
どうして一人を殺すことで世界を救えるのか。それ自体がおかしいと思わない？
It's still puzzling. Why would killing a person save the entire world?
とにかく、トロッコ問題の中では、あなたがどの立場にいたとしても、自ら死を選ぶ人は救えない。
Either way, you can't save someone who's determined to die, no matter what your stance on the trolley problem is. Ah. Wait, let me read something here. Oh, fuck.
まだ時間があるうちに、何か聞き出してみて。
So, while we've got time, let's dig deeper into the issue and ask the right questions. Here's sure to me why. Alright, I thought that they would basically put all the shadows into Sungshu, and then by killing her, they'd also kill all the shadows, but that doesn't make sense because that would just release them. So no, that wouldn't work. So I'm curious of why. Or maybe that's a lie about killing her.
こっちは他の方法を試してみる。でも、私たちのプランがどれだけ完璧だったとしても、重要なのは、彼女自身が生き残りたいかどうかだよ。
We'll keep exploring other options at the same time, but ultimately, her choice to live or not is hers to decide. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. It actually does work. Because if by putting all the shadows into Song Chue, that means her power would rise exponentially with the shadows. So, as the shoe of deception, she would be able to lie or convince or be able to lie to the shadows that with her death they will also die. Hence, they envision their own death and kill themselves. Is it something along those lines?
じゃあもし彼女の考えを変えられなかったら
But what if I can't sway her?
そもそも彼女の考えすらわからなかったとしたら
Or even just understand her?
何しろ彼女は欺瞞の術だしね
Let's not forget that she's the shoe of deception.
それならこの時間を使ってちゃんと彼女に別れを告げて
Then let's take this time to say goodbyes properly.
コラリ
Coralie?
そうだ何か聞き出してっていうのはもしかしたら彼女の決断に干渉するためじゃなくて
And about asking the right questions is not about meddling in her decisions.
あなた自身がどう決断するかを考えるためなのかもしれない
It's about how you navigate your own choices.
だってもういいそこまで細かく説明する必要はない
After all, forget it. There's no need to go into specifics.
コラリってばどうしていつもあと一歩っていうところで急に恥ずかしがるの
She's being very annoying. Coralie, why do you always stop at pivotal
とに
moments?
かく夢追い人まずはあなたのやり方で彼女のそばにいて
Anyways, Entropy, just follow your heart and stick by her side.
たとえ
Even
う
if
ん縁起の悪いことはやめよう
just try not to leave her side.
なるべく彼女から離れないで証拠のない勘だけど
Although it's just a gut feeling,
なんとなく感じるんだどんな決心を抱いたとしても
I can't
その瞬間がやってきた時
I can't shake the sense that despite her resolve,
彼女はやっぱり怖いと思う
Faye will eventually grab her when the time comes. Oh,
わかったじゃあまた後で
I understand. Then I'll see you later.
その時お互いにいい情報があるといいんだけどね
I hope we can both bring some positive updates when we meet next. When
そう
we
なるっ
next
て願
meet.
ってるよ
Yeah, looking forward to some good news. She's gone, isn't she?
それもそうか
Oh, true that.
もと
You
もと
stand
運命を
together
共に
through
する
thick
よう
and
な
thin,
関
right?
係だしうちもバカだねどう考えてもあんたなわけなじゃあねドニグル
ドニグルはもう行くの
Donigo's leaving already?
まああいつはうちとあまり変わらないんだ気ままに動くからね
Oh, yeah, he's just a bit free spirit sometimes, just like me. Here 1 minute, gone the next.
それにリトストおじさんのこと以外は素直じゃないんだ
Also, apart from the toast, he can be pretty wishy-washy about other things too.
まあまあこの話は置いておいて
Alright, enough about that.
早く食べてみて
Quickly, try this. Ugh. If you want for a few differences, you'd think you were still dreaming. Her expression, gestures, and even the taste of pastry all felt so familiar. But those memories were separated from reality. By death, or rather, the end of the world.
ありがとう
Thank you. Her earlier compliment echoed in your mind.
実は私もこういう脂っこくてサクサクしたお菓子が好きなんだ
I actually love this oily pastry.
嘘全然そう見えなかったよ
No way! I couldn't tell.
だい
Uh-huh.
ぶ改良を重ねてきたけど老舗のものだし脂っこくて甘いから若者にあまり好かれてないんだ
Oh, so looks good. Even though it's sprouted up a bit, it's still an old favorite. So greasy and sweet. It's not exactly a hit with the youngsters. Oh, it makes me feel old.
うちは昔苦労してて脂っこくて甘いものはめったに食べられなかったからこういうのが気に入ってる
I had a tough upbringing. Grease and sugar used to be expensive things for me, so I developed this taste.
さっきはあんな風に振る舞ってたけど、本当はあんたが嫌なんじゃないかなって心配してたんだ。
I was worried you'd find it distasteful.
別にわざと美味しくないところに連れてきたわけじゃないよ。これも老朽らしい食べ物だからね。食べ慣れないなら別の店を案内するよ。
Oh, I didn't mean to take you somewhere with bad food. It's as luxurious specialty. After all, if it's not to your liking, we can try somewhere
気
else.
に入ってるから大丈夫。
It's okay. I really like it.
でも少女くん、それよりずっと気になってたんだけど、
But Songche, speaking of which, I've always wondered.
少女くんはいつも昔の暮らしを懐かしんでるみたい。しかもその日々は術とはあんまり関係がないように見える。
You often seem nostalgic about your past life, and from what I've seen, those days had little to do with being a shoe.
私の気のせいかもしれないけど、もしかしてあなたは
Oh, I see.
術になることを望んでなかったの？
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you not really aspiring to be a shoe? It was a genuine question tinged with cautious curiosity.
なぜかいつも物語の登場人物を思い出しちゃうんだ。地位と富を手に入れたのに、結局普通の生活を望むようになるっていう人物を。
It somehow reminded me of those characters from stories who have everything but yearn for simplicity.
はいはい。うちは違うよ。
Hold on, I'm not like that at all.
後のことはさておき、100年前のあの頃は術という肩書きだけで食には困らなかったし、名を馳せることもできた。
Regardless of how things turned out later, a century ago, being a shoe meant having it all and being renowned worldwide.
選べるならみんな術になりたいに決まってる。
Who wouldn't want to be a shoe if given the chance?
うちが生活感の話ばかりしてたから誤解させたんだね。でもそれは別に矛盾してないよ。
Ah, maybe I brought up too much about a bustling life and caused you to misunderstand. But it's not contradictory.
他人の普通の暮らしを見るのは好きだけど、もし有名人やお金持ちになれるなら誰だって楽に暮らしたいだろ。あんたは違うの？
Seeing others living ordinary lives, of course, I enjoy it very much. But if I could become famous or wealthy, who wouldn't want to live life to get better and better, right?
でも今考えてみると、術になることは利点ばかりじゃない。
But
そうだ
not-
よね。
But now, it seems being a shoe isn't just about perks, is it?
アストラルリングの制限以外にも、術という肩書きは大きな責任を意味する。そういえばまだ小弱のアストラルリングにどんな制限があるのかよく知らないね。白球さんがこう話してたということは。
Besides, the ushering restrictions, being a shoe also means bearing significant responsibilities. Speaking of which, I still don't know what limitations the ushering has imposed on you, since Mr. Bashi said. Before the sentence could be finished, Sangshu interrupted.
もちろんだよ。利点しかないことなんてあるわけないだろ。あんたの質問だけど、自分では術の力を使えない。それがアストラルリングがうちに与えた制限だよ。だから欺瞞って呼ばれるんだ。
Of course, life's never all roses and without thorns. Without, like you just asked, my limitation is being unable to actually use the shoe's power. So it's called deception.
でもその話は
Well, since we're discussing it,
よく考えてみて。もしうちが普通の人間だったら、とっくに年を取って病気で死んでるかもしれないだろ。
think about it. If I was still a regular person, I'd probably be 6 feet under.
まあ、そうとは限らないかも。うちもスカダーおじさんから何かを教えてもらってたら、あんたはシワだらけの小弱に会えるかもね。
Wait, if I'd learned a few tricks from Uncle Scudder, you might be seeing a Songcho with wrinkled face right now.
したら本当に小弱おばあちゃんになっちゃう。
That would make me a granny, Songsha.
とにかくうちはとっくに納得してる。何年も前から一日でも多く生きてるだけで儲けたみたいに思ってる。
Anyway,
術らしいことをして術として損をするくらい大したことないよ。
every day I live is a blessing. Doing what needs to be done, taking the bitter pill of being a shoe, is all part of the deal. For some reason, there seemed to be a hint of comfort in her tone, yet dance to life's drumbeat, sing with glee, laugh at death's sweet melody. Even the most profound serenity of the sage might hide deeper sadness beyond the reach of the ordinary.
さ、この話はこれ以上しても面白くないし、お腹を満たしたら他の場所に行ってみようか。
Alright, enough of this. Let's eat and drink our fill. Then head somewhere else. How about it?
お菓子はいつでも食べられるけど、面白いものは今しかないんだ。
There's always time for snacks, but some fun. Huh? There's always time for snacks, but some fun is always best enjoyed in the present. Wait, are we walking? Oh, we're going to do the card game? Oh, fireworks.
へえ、今日はちゃんとした花火があるんだ。
Fireworks.
師匠が戻ってくるよりも早いかもね。
Must be when a master
なんだろう、
returns.
なんだか賑やかだね。
The first. There's been. It's been a chapter. I don't know. And I guess because I'm probably so halfway, like my thoughts of this chapter are still muddled, I guess. It's still processing. So far it's been not bad.
もう何か珍しいものがあると思ったのに。
Ah, I thought it was something special. Ooh. With the ability honed from years of living on the streets, the girl slid into the bustling crowd. The stalls lining the road seemed mundane, peddling just everyday wares. However, they drew many curious onlookers. With the current ambience, not everything needed to carry a weighty significance. For most, simply idling away some time was the best way to attaining bliss.
でもまあせっかく来たんだし。
But hey, since we're here,
店長、お願い、あっちの。
boss, could you fetch that?
あ、待って。夢追い人、あんたも見てみない？
Wait, Anchovy, let's join in.
私？
Me?
ちょっとしたお遊びだよ。うちがどれを狙ってるか当ててみて。
Think of it as this game. Guess which one I've got my eye
正
on.
解したらあんたにあげる。
If you guess right, I'll give it to you. Everything seemed to be going smoother than in the dream. Yet something seemed a bit off. After the prophetic dream, the shoe anticipated perception's moves. Could Langshu's situation have subtly shifted, allowing them to find another solution? Amidst all of this, Songchu's vitality didn't look like a forced optimism. Everything nearby seemed to contrast with the dream, a reflection of the changing situation. The livelier streets, friendly relationships, clearer situation, and a state that wasn't so.
待って、
Wait,
セルマ？
Thelma? Why is she here? That look does not look good. Given the nature of the celebration here, it should have stirred up quite a scene. Yet the crowd dispersed silently, like puppets without strings. Yeah.
あなたのセンスはもういいわ、スズメちゃん。
Forget it, little Joy. Your taste is.
私の知る限り、それは本当に大したことないから。
Well, let's just say it's a bit questionable. Okay.
こんなに早く来るとは。あかり姉さんが先に来ると思ってたんだけど。
That was quick. I thought Lantern would be first. This was truly perplexing.
夢追い人、 ちょっとセルマと二人きりにしてもらえない？
Entropy, could you give me and Miss Thelma a moment alone?
お願いだよ。
Please?
なんて言えばいいかな。
How should I put it?
ちょっとかっこ悪いところをあんまり見せたくないんだ。
It's just that things might get ugly later.
かっこ悪いところってどういう意味？
What is ugly supposed to mean? The foreboding possibility flashed through your mind.
私の観察によると、原理は
So
不明で
right.
ただの自暴自棄の妄想かもしれないが、類似の義とは少なくとも術が影の脈絡をすべて小弱の体内に送り込む必要がある。
From what I've observed, and I still haven't deciphered all the mechanisms behind it, so it could simply be another one of his desperate delusions. The Rite of Tears requires Ishu to infuse all the shadows into Songshua's body. So bright. Perhaps it's not just Baiji who can perform the Rite of Tears. So long as one can manipulate the threads of the shadows. Does that mean any Shu can?
さて、すぐに終わるから隠れる必要はないわ。
Alright, there's no need to beat around the bush. It'll all be over soon.
質問は一つだけよ、スズメちゃん。白球の計画なんて一旦置いておいて。
I only have one question, little Chue. Putting aside Baiji's plan,
あなたは生きたいの？
do you want to live
そ
or
れとも死
die?
にたいの？
それは他に方法がないから。
This is the only option left, right? Isn't it?
私が聞いてるのはどうするべきではなく、あなたがどうしたいかなのよ。
I asked you. I asked if you want to, not if you should.
じゃあやっぱりこのまま死んだ方がいいかな。
Then it's probably better if I just accept my fate, right?
ねえ小弱、
Songchue, you?
へえ、つまらないわね。
How dull.
セルマ、
Thelma.
別に聞きたいことなんてないわ。今日は機嫌がいいからペットに自分で決めてもらおうと思っただけよ。
There's nothing more to discuss. I just felt like letting my little pet make her own decisions for once.
彼女がそうしたいなら別に構わないわ。どうせ白球がその判断を下すわけだし。
That expression. Okay. But since she insists, I don't mind. Baiji will make his own judgment anyway.
じゃあもしもう片方を選んだら？
Then, what if I chose the other option?
誰も私のペットにやりたくないことを強要できないわ。
Oh, okay. Then, no one can force my pet to do anything she doesn't want to.
分かってるわよね。私はもう言ったはずよ。下僕になれば私自身が存在しなくなるまで
Okay.
誰にも傷つけさせないって。
Remember what I said before. So long as you are my servants, no one can harm you unless I cease to exist.
内科がこの老朽だとしても私は気にしないわ。
Even if it costs all of Langshire, I don't care.
でもあなたがもう決断したのならさっき言ったように私は別に構わないわ。
But, since you've made your decision, like I said, I don't care.
ただのペットよ。私が欲しいと思えばいくらでも手に入るもの。ああ、そうだ。あの夢は本当よ。 セラペウムが私を連れて
Oh, she's
こ
also
こに
aware.
来たの。この意味は理解できるはずよね。
Oh, you just a mere pet. I'll have as many as I want. Oh, and about that dream. It's true. Serapium brought me here. You should know what that means.
協力の道は確かに終わりを迎えた。でもそれがどうしたというの？体の不自由な患者みたいに結合の力がないと歩けなくても私は全てを支配できるわ。
The path of pleasure has come to an end. But what does it matter? Even though I was physically challenged like a paralyzed patient and could only walk the world through the power of union, I could still dominate it all.
もちろんあなたたちに同情してもらうつもりでこの話をしたわけじゃない。
Of course, I'm not saying this to invoke your pity.
ただあなたたちが自分を騙してる姿があまりにも滑稽だと思っただけよ。
I only find your self-deception much too ridiculous.
スズメちゃん、
Little Chua,
後悔するならまだ間に合うわよ。
if you're having a change of heart, now's your chance. She wants her to.
聞こえなかった？助けてほしいならまだ間に合うって言ったのよ。
Didn't you hear me? I said, if you still want us to save you, there's still time.
少女君、まさか本当に。
Sungcha, are you really?
セルマ様、
Lady Thelema,
どうしたの？
what is it?
念のため最後にもう一度そう呼ばせて。
Just in case, let me call you that one last time.
とにかくありがとう。
Truly. Thank you. That's not what she wanted.
愚かね。
Foolish beyond saving.
まあまあ、
Oh my.
ごめんね夢追い人。あんたが知ってるのを知らないふりをしようとしてたんだ。欺瞞の術のくせに結局うちは誰も騙せなかったね。
I'm really sorry, Entropy. I was planning to pretend I didn't know you knew, but it turns out my deception didn't deceive anyone at all.
誤解しないで。うちはそういうつもりじゃなかったんだ。
Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it intentionally.
何でも口にしたら楽しく街を見て回れないだろ。
If I'd revealed everything, how could we have had such a fun time just now, right?
それにあんたたちは内緒であんなに長く相談してたし、たまにこっちをチラチラ見てくるから誰だって盗み聞きしたくなるよ。
Besides, you guys were whispering behind my back for so long, and kept glancing at me every now and then. Who could resist eavesdropping a bit?
残念だけど、私はやっぱり間違えてたみたいだね。
But I seem to have misunderstood one thing.
ルイジュの儀はもともと待たなくても今この瞬間も行われてる。それにあなたは夢の中と同じように白球さんと同じことを考えてた。
It's the rite of tears. We don't need to wait at all. It's happening right now. And you, just like in the dream, have reached an understanding with your master.
そして私たちが今経験していること自体が
Everything we're experiencing now
あなたが自分のために計画した最後の旅。
is the final journey you've planned for yourself. Am I right? In other words, while traveling around with a flawless, cheerful facade, Songshue was constantly waiting for a close friend, perhaps even Donigyo, to come and end her life.
わざわざ言わないでよ。さすがのうちでも怖いんだ。
Don't say that out loud. I'd feel scared.
でも
But
それなら
in that case,
少女君、私が黙ってたのは自分には老朽の人たちの選択に干渉する資格なんてないって思ったから。
Sanctuary, To begin with, I kept quiet because I felt it wasn't my place to meddle in the choices of voluptuous people.
でもどうしてコラリーがあんなことを言ったのか今ならわかる気がする。
But now, I think I understand what Coralie said earlier.
彼女たちが私をここに残したのは小弱と話すことで私自身の考えを確かめてほしいから。
They deliberately left me here, hoping I would chat with you and confirm my own
つ
thoughts.
まり一人の桜花人として私が何があっても小弱を放っておけないかどうかってこと。
Whether as someone from Oxia, I can't ever just leave you alone.
今コラリ、ヘリア、セナ、それに親切姉さん、彼女たちも他の方法を探してる。だから
Now, Coralie, Helia, Sana, and Chenchue, they're still searching for other solutions, so
小弱、どうしてそんなことをするのか教えてくれる？私は小弱が死を覚悟するような人間だとは思えない。
Sungche, can you tell me why you're willing to do this? I don't think you're truly ready to face death.
それは
That's...
うち一人と引き換えに老朽全体を救えるならどう見ても損はないだろ。
No matter how you slice it, exchanging my life for all of Longchua seems like a guaranteed win.
さっきセルマに話した答えをもう一度私に話すつもり？
Are you going to use the same answer you just gave Thelema?
そんなことを聞かれると
The way you put it,
うちにもあったんじゃないかな。愛すべき英雄的なおとぎ話のような黄金の仕様に書き留めるべき過去が。
don't I have a brave, beautiful, even unreal past written on a golden leaf?
小弱、
Songchue?
もうやめてよ。うちが必ず死ぬみたいに言わないで。100年前だってうちは無事だっただろ。
Oh, come on. Don't make it sound like I'm already doomed. Back then, a century ago, I was fine, wasn't I?
あんたも夢に見て知ってるんだよね。最初からうちのアストラルリングは他の術に殺されるっていう機能しか持ってない。つまり、老朽のあらゆる影を最初の状態に戻して一緒に死ぬって感じかな。
You probably already know from that dream. In the beginning, my astral ring only had one function, to let me be killed by other shoes. It's like resetting all of Langshu's shadows, a sort of mutual destruction.
とにかくこれもうちが死なないって決めて解決できるようなことじゃない。ルイジュの儀の鍵は他の術の行動にあるんだ。うちという供物の選択はあまり関係ないんだよ。
In any case, my decision is not to be killed won't resolve the issue. The key to the right of tears lies in the action of the other shoes, and my choice as the sacrifice doesn't have much to do with it.
自分の生死が他人によって決まるならいっそのことを思い切り遊んだ方がいいだろ。
Since my life or death isn't determined by me, I might as well enjoy myself as much as I can.
災いからは逃れられないわけだし。
Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't escape it anyway. Her answer was far from being truly sincere, but for now, there's not much you can do.
セルマは自分の考えを示したけど、もし他の人たちもここに来たら。
Although Thelema has made her stance clear, if others were to arrive,
それはないよ。いくらあかり姉さんでも彼女たちに免じて花火くらい見せてくれるはずだよ。
well, even Lantern wouldn't completely ignore them and deprive us of the spectacle, right?
厚かましいことを言うとうちは体の半分が土の中に埋まってるみたいなものだから。
It might
も
sound
う少
dramatic.
し付き合って。
It might sound dramatic, but I could have been halfway to the grave by now.
さっきみたいに。
Would you stay with me, just like before?
そこまで言われたら確かに焦る必要はないね。
Since you put it like that, I guess there's no real
後
rush.
のことは後でいい。今は小弱のしたいことをしよう。
Let's save the talk of what comes next for later. For now, go do what you want.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
さあさあ、これ以上もたもたしたら何も間に合わなくなっちゃうよ。
Hurry up. If we delay now, we'll miss it all. Oh, wait. When does this section finish? I'm not sure. Because I want to stop soon, but I'm not sure when this section finishes.
雪のように白い手を僕の肩に置き
Her hands are wide and fair, she whispers, live with ease, my dear, like grass beside the river clear. She was gentle on the shoulder here. But young and stubborn, I refuse. Now tears of regret are bemused. I am not singing this, by the way.
今にぴったりだね。
Quite fitting, huh?
おかしいな。
Strange, it's quieter now.
賑やかじゃないね。
I mean, some people have gone.
どうしてまだいるんだ
Why are you so timekeeper? I'm just thinking reverse 99 now.
二人とも早く行った方がいい
Both of you just don't stand
もうす
around.
ぐ花火が始まるんだ
Oh,
ここにいた
fireworks.
ら何も見えないよ
I guess probably this section probably ends after the fireworks.
もう
Watch the fireworks.
ダメダメ。夢追い人、うちらも
Find the
いい場所を見つけない
oh
と。
okay.
少しブラブラしよう。
もうまだまだ時間はあるのに、うちよりも大げさなんだから。でもちょっと休みたいのも本当だね。
Oh my.
革靴は走り回るのに向いてないんだ。
Oh my. They do know how to exaggerate. It's not that late. I really need a break. These leather shoes aren't made for running around. With that being said, the long day was finally winding down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a darkening day, waiting for something to ascend and explode. In the dream, it was the amorphous face, which had been brewing for a century, and burst forth. While here, it would have been just fireworks, a symbol of peace and joy.
少なくとも今はそう見える。
At least that's how it seemed.
でも小弱にはあんな結末しかないの。
Will Sanctuary's fate only come to this? Still, Sanctuary seemed determined, masking her inner turmoil with her usual energy. When things got tough, it was common for people to push away those trying to help us as they started to feel overwhelmed. Perhaps deep down they knew that things didn't quite add up. Only, whether it was her identity as one of the seven shoes or the authority of the shadows, none of it made sense, and the consequence of defying the rite of tears couldn't be any clearer.
でもそうなったら
Yet,
彼女は
yet the tougher it gets, she,
夢追い人、
Entropy, huh?
物語を聞くのは好き？
Do you enjoy stories?
ここで物語を聞かせるの？
Why? Are you planning to tell me one now?
みんなはこう言うだろ？
People always say that.
思い出は頼りにならない小動物だって。何かが足りないと感じたとき、それはその場で作り出して、空白を慎重に埋めるんだ。
Memories are tricky little creatures, fabricating details and filling in gaps whenever something feels missing or incomplete.
だからうちもさ、後世に伝わるように自分のことを物語にしようと思ったんだけど。
So I thought about crafting my own story, one that can be passed down through the
う
generations.
ちにそういう才能がないからかな。こんなに一緒に散歩して美味しいものや面白いものを体験したのに何も思い浮かばなかった。
But as it turns out, I'm not much of a storyteller. Despite our walks together, I couldn't conjure up anything.
何年もペテン師としてやってきたのに。人を騙す技術は少しも上達してないみたいだ。
Alas, my skill from years of being a con artist haven't improved a bit.
でもどうして物語を作らないといけないの？
But why the need to tell a story at all?
私たちが知り合って1日しか経ってないからとか？
Is it because we've only known each other for a day? Oh, okay, so it's only technically been a day.
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだけど。
Well, not exactly.
なんて言えばいいのかな。
I can kind of guess what's in
多
your
少
mind.
きっと彼女には知られてない事情があって、そうせざるを得ないんだ。
She must have some untold stories, some reason for her actions.
彼女は平凡で臆病に見えるけど、もしかしたら本当は尊敬に値する存在なのかもしれない。
Despite her being ordinary and cowardly, on the cowardly side, there's something admirable about her.
何？驚いてるの？うちは何年も世間を渡り歩いてきたんだよ。
God, it's hot.
それくらい見抜ける
Oh,
ってば。
God. Surprised? What, surprised? After all my travels, I've become quite adept at reading people.
それってつまり
So you're suggesting that
私の考えに応えて予想通りの印象を残すために作り話をしないといけないってこと？
in response to my thoughts, you must fabricate a story to leave a desired impression.
だってうちには大義のためにみたいなものはないからね。
Because, frankly, I don't have that noble cause at all.
うちに言わせるならまさにいい機会だよ。ここは意味慎重に自分の人生哲学を語って、あ、この人はすごい人だなって思わせるべきだ。
Now would be a perfect time for me to pretend to be deep and share some profound life lessons, so others would think, wow, what an extraordinary person.
このまま死んだとしても、他の人たちはこの話を通してうちを覚えてくれるし、話のネタにうちの経歴を使ったりすることもできる。
Even if I were to die right now, people would remember me for that and boast about my experiences as if they were their own.
でも、うちには語るに値する過去も、自慢できる品の良さも、見せびらかすほどの実力もない。
But truth be told, I don't have a remarkable past, any virtues to brag about, or any talent to show off.
本気で言うとね、
Well, if we're really diving in,
ほら、あそこにいる通行人の方が、うちよりよっぽど聞く価値があると思うんだ。
you see, that passerby over there might have a story that's even more intriguing than mine.
通行人？
Passerby?
そうだよ。娘を連れてるあそこの父親を見て。うちが彼だったら、こう話せるだろ？
Mm. Yeah, look at the
娘
dad.
のために、
Oh,
俺は何だってするさ。かっこいいと思わない？
yeah, look at the dad with his daughter. If I were him, I'd say, for my daughter, I'd move the mountains. How heroic is that?
ところで、一つ聞きたいことがあるんだけど、
So, saying that, can I ask you something?
あんたの夢の中で、うちは本当に死んだの？
In your dream,
どんな感じだった？
in your dream, did I really die? How did I go out?
余裕があって、大義のためにきっぱりとした態度をしていて、すごそうに見えた？
Was it all gallant and serene? I look pretty epic, right?
でも
Yeah, but
本当に？うちが？嘘じゃないよね。
really? So I was gallant and serene.
ああ、邪魔するつもりじゃないんだ。ただ、すっごく驚いたから。
I'm not trying to
そ
interrupt.
れで、そのデモの続きは？
I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just very surprised. What's the but
で
though?
もあなたは自分の思うままに死ぬことはできなかった。
But you didn't go out the way you wanted to.
自身の立場を利用した核が他の術を全員殺したの。そして核を止める方法を失った結果、老朽はそのまま滅びてしまったんだ。
Perception used her identity as a cover and took down all the other shoes. We lost all means to stop her, and Langchu was destroyed.
そんな。
Well,
やっとわかったよ。目覚めてからずっと申し訳なさそうな目でうちを見てたのは、そういうことだったんだね。
the sentence makes sense now. No wonder you've looked at me with a hint of guilt ever since you woke up from the dream. So that's the reason.
うちに言わせたら、うちらはみんな普通の人間だ。できないことは本当にできっこない。
We're all just ordinary beings.
生きてるなら運命を受け入れないと。悩みすぎたらつまらないよ。
If something's beyond our grasp, well, tough luck. Life's too short to get all knotted up over it.
正直に言うと、笑われちゃうかもしれないけど、さっきセルマが来た時、うちは平然としてるように見えてただろ？ 本当はびっくりして気を失うほど怖かったんだ。
I'll admit, when Miss Thelma came earlier, I played it cool on the surface, but on the inside, my heart nearly leaped out of my
そ
chest.
の前には全然怖くないって思ってたのにね。でもうちが欺瞞の術だからかな。あんなに怖かったのに怪物は全然出てこなかった。
Before that, I thought I was fearless, but could it be because I'm the shoe of deception? Even though I was scared, nothing monstrous sprouted from me?
でもどうしてセルマの提案を断ったの？彼女は小弱を助けようとしたんでしょ？
But why didn't you take her offer? Wasn't she trying to help you?
もう釣り合わないとしても一応うちだって術なんだよ。
Even though I'm not up to snuff with the title, I'm still a shoe, you know?
それになんて言えばいいのかな。彼女とセラがうちを助けてくれたとしても多分師匠自らが手を下すだろうね。どうせそうなるのに逃亡劇なんてやってみせたらさすがに面目ないよ。
How do I put it? Even if she and Sarah were willing to vouch for me, Master would probably step in. And if things were bound to come to this, me stepping back at the last minute, that'd be a slap in the face.
それよりうちに関することなんだけど、他に夢で見たことはない？
Let's set that aside for now. Did you dream about anything else concerning me?
他に
Anything else?
あ
Oh,
の時小弱は小さい頃の孤児院での出来事を教えてくれたよ。そして桜花に戻ったら小弱に関する記録を変えてもっと好かれるようにしてほしいって言われたんだ。
you spoke about your childhood in the orphanage. You said that you'd hope that once I returned to Oxia, we could improve your portrayal of you and make you seem more likable.
へえ、面白いね。それで何か結論は出た？
That's intriguing.
例えば
So, did we come up with any ideas back then? Like,
今あんたが戻ったら桜花の人たちに何て言うの？
if you were to return now, how would you explain things to the people in Oxia?
正直に言うとわからない。
To be honest, I'm not sure.
でも小弱がそう望むならできるだけ訂正してみるよ。
But if you want, I could try and set the record straight.
あの欺瞞の術はあまり嘘つきには見えないってね。
Let them know that the issue of deception might not be that good at deception after
え、
all.
いやいや、それはやめて。
No. That won't do.
夢追い人、実はあんたがこう思ってることを知ってるんだ。
Entropy, I kind of sensed your thoughts.
なんと言っても伝説の人物だから。今はこんな姿を見せてるけどいつかは本気を出すだろう。
After all, she's a legendary figure who's just biding her time. Who knows when she'll reveal her true self? I think that's all of us.
でもうちはあんたを
Yeah,
がっ
that's
かりさせ
all
る
of
かも
us.
しれないね。
Wait, I just realized the skip button's gone. There's only once happened with Vita. Wait, what's happening? But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint
あん
you.
たが見て聞いて夢で目にしたように
Just like you've seen and heard.
嘘つきならまだしも本当にうちは何者でもない。
If I were a scammer, that'd be fine. But the truth is, I'm really nothing at all. Before speaking again, Sancho paused for a long time. Despite resolving to accept her death, saying these words seemed to take a lot of courage.
この話をするのは少し育児なしだけどうちが最初に各地を渡り歩いた頃は今と全然違ってたんだ。
That's a bit defeatist, isn't it? Back when I first set out, things were
当
different.
時のうちは自信満々ですごい人物になるって決めてたの。そうしたら故郷に錦を飾ってあの孤児院に戻って思いっきり見せびらかすってね。
I had ambitions and was determined to be remarkable. Then returned to that orphanage and show off.
結局どう頑張ってもうまくできないことが世の中にはたくさんあるってす
However,
ぐに気づいたんだ。
I soon realized that there were so many things I couldn't do in this world.
別に笑ってもいいよ。孤児院から出てすごく時間が経ってるのにうちは盗みもできなかったから。食べ物が手に入らない時は
Oh
お腹を
god.
空かせたままでいた。
Actually, it's been ages since I ran from the orphanage, but I couldn't even pick a pocket. If I couldn't beg for food, I just had to tough it
そ
out.
れでもうちはすぐに納得したよ。大半の人がうちと同じだったからね。
But I quickly learned most people live the same life, don't they?
だから考えを変えたんだ。実力がなくても大丈夫。人に好かれていい人になるのもありじゃないかなって。
So I changed my mind. It's okay if I'm not talented. As long as I'm likable, being a nice guy isn't so bad.
その結果、悔しい思いをたくさんした。いいことはほとんどないのに、人に甘く見られてた。
But what happened? I went through a ton of injustice, didn't get much benefit, and ended up being looked down upon.
いい、でもうちは
Oops,
無名
oops,
で
oops, 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 oops.
誰も言うことを信じてくれなかった。だから名の知れた占い師のふりをして、うちと同じように見る目がない一般人を騙すしかなかったの。この小弱っていう名だって、その時拝借したものだよ。
I don't have the talent to be good, nor the ability to be bad. After thinking it over, I can only be a scammer. I was a nobody, just another face in the crowd. I had to pretend I was extraordinary, hoodwinking people like me who couldn't see through all the people's tricks. Even the name Sang Shui was a borrowed alias.
小弱って本名じゃないんだ。
So, Sang Shui isn't your real name?
うちは孤児院で育ったんだよ。かっこいい本名なんてあると思う？マリア。古臭い名前だろ。それに、フェニックス州とも関係がない名前を使ったら、誰がうちに占いを依頼するの？
Nah. I grew up in an orphanage. No one with a fancy names comes out of there. Mario. Sounds like an antique, right? And with a name completely unrelated to Phoenix continent, no one's lining up for my fortune telling.
それもそうだね。
Makes
そうだ
sense.
ろ？小弱先生なら全然違う。金髪壁眼でも仙人らしい姿として通じるんだ。
Exactly. Master Songtre, I'm suddenly somebody. Even with blonde hair and blue eyes, I can pass for an ethereal guru here.
でもまさか不義な商売をしてたことがきっかけになって師匠に出会えて術の肩書きも手に入れた。不運が去って幸運がやってきたんだ。
God, this part's long.
普通の人間はうちほど運に恵まれないだろうね。
Little did I know, it would be this shady business that led me to my master. I even got tagged with the title shoe. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Not many people get to be lucky like that, huh?
うちがここまで来られたのは全部師匠のおかげ。師匠がそれを回収するって言うなら文句なんて言えないだろ。
True, if my fortune's all thanks to my master's favor, then when he wants it back, I shouldn't put up a fight.
でもいざという時になったらうちは誰よりも先に逃げるかもしれない。金に目がなく死を恐れるっていうのはまさにうちなんじゃないかな。
But I figure, when push comes to shove, I'll bolt quicker than anyone else. Money grubbing and chicken hearted, that's me.
ただ
Only.
本当はすごく怖いけどメンツが潰れるのも嫌なんだ。
It's just, even though I'm scared, stiff inside, I can't let it show.
夢追い人、みんなはそんなに正直には話さないけど、
Entropy, you know how it
う
is.
ちを知ってる人が桜花に伝わる記録を書いたとしたら多分全然違う内容になってたかもね。
Those Oxio records would be quite the tale if someone who knew me wrote them.
何の役にも立たない。ペテン師すら務まらない。たまに誰かに好かれたとしても根気がない。
Absolutely no use. And can't bluff properly. Sometimes likable, but no backbone.
正直に言うと自分の命よりもその方が怖いのかも。
Truth be told, that's scarier than me losing my life.
うちはもともとみんなに七術の中で一番の役立たずって思われてるし、こういう時にちゃんと力にならないと今後どんな顔で今みたいに。
I'm already the most worthless of the seven shoes. If I don't stand up now, then what will be left of me?
うちが本当に逃げたらこ 泊街のこの景色もそもそも存在しないだろうね。
If I do make a run for it now, all the hustle and bustle number street will just fizzle out, won't it?
ほら、そういうことだよ。
Yep, that's the truth of the matter.
結局のところ、お金も命もメンツには勝てない。
In the end, neither truth nor life holds a candle to my reputation.
どうせ老朽を助ける方法は他にない。その時に決心して目を閉じれば、うちは何者でもない何かじゃなくなる。本当の意味で歴史に名を残して、すごい人物になれるんだ。
To save Langchuo, there's no other choice. When the time comes, I'll grit my teeth, close my eyes, and form the front from the moment on. I won't just be nothing. I'll etch my name in history and become someone worth remembering.
そうすれば、あんたも小弱の友達として、背筋をピンと伸ばして思いっきり自慢できるだろ。
Then, when you boast about me being your friend, you can do it with pride.
その時にはもううちはわからないかもしれないけど、きっとあの世で知るはずだよ。そうだよね。
Even if I'm already gone at that point, I'll surely know in the great beyond, right? Contradictory and illogical confessions. But even so, don't I have a brave, beautiful, and even unreal past written on the golden leaf? Remarkable deeds didn't always require remarkable individuals, but it was a shock to find Song Choi, the crux of this sacrifice, harboring such an audacious and even absurd motive. Yet, when someone tried to argue against this absurdity, they had to admit most people in this time and place would likely make the same decision. Also, they'd use similarly absurd reasoning.
でも
No, but. Blind! Fireworks. An utterly inappropriate moment. The first firework exploded in the distant sky, igniting cheers from the crowd. Then,
じゃあね、夢追い人。あんたを守れたこと、うちも誇りに思ってるよ。
see you around, Entropy. It was my honor to watch over you. Oh boy. Wait. Is that Sanctuary? Wait, oh fuck, I will continue, but I'm going to the place where we saw. Wait. Okay, wait. We'll do this small bit. If it goes into conversation, we'll just stop. Because it is rather late for me now. Oh boy. Oh, what's this? Oh, what? Oh my god. An unsent greeting cards. Posted on the front of the greeting cards is a card short story. Langcha's Bedtime Stories, Volume 5, Princess of Stars. In the boundless sky was a mysterious kingdom that belonged only to the stars. One night, then all the stars were gathered. The dazzling white star told the stars that she always had wished for. Starlight can do more than adorn the night sky. I want to go to the earth and help the humans who live there. The stars objected. Oh, noble princess. You are just one star, but there are millions of humans. How can a single star light up the wishes of millions of humans? That was when the black star came to the princess and whispered, My little princess, since you cannot help millions of humans, help one instead. At least in the human sky, you will always be only light. At the suggestions of the black star, the white star left the crown in the night sky and snuck into the earth while a girl was wishing. The girl was amazed. She gazed at the sun, which shimmered faintly, and pleaded hopefully, If you really are a star, please give me more time. I haven't figured out my wish yet. The white star smiled. It's okay. I'm the star that came for you. While you figure out your wish, come back here and call my name. And so time elapsed until the guests knocked the girl's door. What are you hesitating for? Just make a wish for more wishes and you won't have to live in this shack from the hand of mouth. The guest's tone was different from before, but the girl recognized that such a bright light, it was the star she had met the night before. But why did it leave the appointed place? If it did, would it ever return to the sky? The girl saw the guest saw the girl's hesitation and explained patiently. My dear girl, please believe that I came for you. To be the only light in your sky is what I should do the most. With much confession, the girl arrived at the promised place the next day, but instead of following the advice of her guest, she merely wished for a sumptuous dinner. Was that enough? Perhaps out of misgivings, or perhaps out of kindness, the White Star slowed her, slowed her return to the sky. As a result, she heard the girl's true wish. If dying is a star is turning into a star, how can I let my sister live for me again? I want my sister to fly to the happiest place and become a star that shines only for herself. The next morning, the girl saw a dreamlike scene. The girl in white, whose face resembled her departed sister, was walking towards the cabin and holding flowers under morning dew. Back of the card recording the following. Sorry, I know cliffhangers suck, but you heard from me in the dream that the Black Star could use better scenes. To summarize, it stole the White Star's princess crown and did evil in her name. Yet the White Star was given undying light thanks to the girl's true wish, and returned to the night sky after accompanying the girl for her lifetime. The Black Star whose scheme was exposed was ultimately banished by the stars and turned into a real stone. That serves it right. The thing is, I only included the first half of the story so that you won't think the crown is tainted with the Black Star's evil thoughts. It's not. It's a bona fide crown of the Princess of Stars, although the Black Star stole it. Anyway, since I've decided to give the crown again, in reality, I needed to put more thought into it. Ah. You didn't want to consider why such a present wasn't delivered at first, but suddenly appeared now. You simply chased after Sanctuary desperately until the fireworks ended and the crowd disappeared. Okay, now we finish this. Okay. Right. Okay, okay, we will stop here. We're not gonna continue. Okay. What do I think? It's not bad. It's like I mean, I like it in the sense that it went straight to the point in the terms of like Baiji didn't waste time and immediately went to Ajita's corpse and I guess to perception and found out more information and then went to talk with all the other shoes to try and figure out a plan or what to do. And I also like how they talked about is it of how the gang talked about do they really have the right to meddle with this? Do they really have the right to make a decision on behalf of their people? And I also liked of how, although it technically shared on similar grounds when we went on the date again with Sangcha, it also expanded more on her thoughts, especially in the last section when we were looking at the fireworks. Overall, I liked it. I'm still like the pacing was a bit. I guess it was a bit slow. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the pacing was actually slow or not. But it's fine. Well, I mean, it depends on like the next part we do tomorrow. But yeah, overall, it wasn't bad. I like it. Well, yeah. Uh, I hope you all have a good rest of your day or evening or whichever, and I'll see you next time tomorrow. Well, to continue this. So until then, bye bye. Have a good day.